Here is the news with Amos. The news today with the baby boy. Hang on. Come here. It's okay. Come here. You know we talk about video games. Come here. You know we talk about video games. We're not going to fall on your nonsense.
Look at his little face. Look at this little face. Look at his little face. Look at his little face. That's my boy. That's my boy. Father, no. Hello. Hello. Sorry, make you all dizzy before you get in here. He's being real cute. And Catastros, good morning. Hello, hello. Caffeine from the other room. MDH, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Got a little bit of time while I'm getting started. Tippity tappity, let's make stuff happening. My friends have gotten into Hyperdemon in a big way. One of my friends has already made it up to a minute, and I'm like, fucking how? So I'm going to be creeping on everybody else's setup. Kimball and Shaunerus, Watto friends. I'll wait a sec to get into it. Actually, I'm going to invite Twitter.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Well, that's fucking cool.
Watto.
Watto indeed, Chrono. 47 months, no less. I am specifically playing the chill playlists so that I don't end up wild-eyed and crazy. Like, I don't want to have that, like, student's first attempt at a Far Cry villain kind of face today. Mega Boss, good morning, Watto. Sorry, I was just chortling because Chorus was like, so I had a second look at Post Void more recently. I never can play anything that visually intense anymore. Have fun with Devil Daggers. Yeah. Post Void is a whole thing. Although, after Post Void, I find Devil Daggers 2 to be a lot more calming. Plus, the idea that the more intense the game gets, the more fish-eyed it gets, which rather than overwhelming tends to calm. Everything becomes an orb of gold and things. And you just have to kind of feel your murdery way through it. I was comparing it to kind of like to Street Fighter 3 last night, and I think that's where I'm at. Because it does have like stamps and parries and all sorts of interesting things. And yeah. It's almost visually... Yeah, it's visually less arresting than Post Void. And it doesn't have the same pressure. Although, to play well is to play quickly, so... and Lance, good morning. Watto, friends. Oh, Mega Boss, you aren't even the #1 on my people I gotta dethrone. Arnerith, a game developer friend of mine who has spent most of Devil Daggers' existence chasing my time, just sent me this morning that he's reached a whole minute in that game, and I'm like, fucking how? So I gotta go to that hard. Plus I watched because Chorby managed to beat me by like 4 or 5 seconds, and he did something inspired as his opening move, and now it's that thing of watching people, especially in like early fighting games, and being like, that's incredible, how do I emulate that, you know? God. Like in a few weeks, months or whatever, like how to play Hyper Demon Devil Daggers 2. It's Snuggly! Good morning! Watto friend, coming in. God, beard's getting long. This is not intentional, friends. This is a definite sign of neglect. Snuggly, how was your morning? What were you playing? Tell me your tales. Oh, sorry, and Chrono. Thank you for 47 months. That was me being all over the place.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yorp.
Yarp. And Snuggly, thank you for 37 months. A lovely but sad reminder of how long it's been since we started playing the Blackout Club. Oh yeah, Lance. So no game news to talk about. It's been a real quiet week. Real quiet. I figure we'll let everybody kind of trundle on in. Oh, Snuggly's been on. I always want to say Styx or Strix. The Goblin Assassin game that came from Of Orcs and Men. I've been meaning to do that as a stream series. If only to start with Of Orcs and Men being a really interesting kind of deconstruction of the standard issue Tolkien style of fantasy. I said style like 3 times. Anyway, so yeah, I was just gonna tell peeps on the Twitters. And then just to open the pit up, I did end up staying up very late last night, talking to a very good friend of mine, literally about the stuff we're going to be chatting about today. Because I don't know. Yeah, I got oh boy, I got feelings. And for the most part, they're kind of enjoyable. So Snuggly, I only skimmed the news on that, the prototype of Thief 2. Is it meant to be the sequel to the Squeenix reboot of Thief? Or was it like a different version of Thief 2 that got scrapped and redone? Because I'm fascinated by it. I mean, Snuggly, did you join us for the day when we did the deconstruction of the Thief reboot? Because, God, you can see the little snippets of brilliance, and you can see the bits where the AAA element started bleeding on in. For some reason, Amos is being extremely cute this morning. Oh, okay, so the Thief 2 prototype was an alpha version of Metal Age, the 1999 internal alpha. Fascinating. Fascinating. Sadly, Catastros, Amos isn't always cute. But he's being super cute this morning, so... So yeah, let's give everybody a chance to get on in here before we get into this, because we'll probably end up looping back on this one a little bit, and I want to give everybody a bit of grounding, because it seems like yesterday, whilst we were spending money on indie games, just everything popped off yesterday. I mean, if you watched a Perios Unlimited show yesterday, you probably got a better grounding of like the stuff going on with Twitch. You know, I don't really get into it because I don't have as good a grasp of Twitch and streaming as a whole as I do of like the games industry. Suffice it to say, I have you lovely motherfuckers, and the air quotes sweeping changes being made on Twitch don't really affect us. I know that's a very smug position to be in, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to complain about getting to hang out with you lot on the daily. Also, sorry, if you didn't see it, so Twitch have announced they're going to be changing how the revenue split on subscriptions works, which will change literally nothing for us. But if you're someone that makes over $100,000 a month and are a partner, it will be changing. Boy, $100,000 a month sure would be nice. Oh no! My $100,000 is being ever so slightly reduced. I'm not dissing on it, and you know, changing everyone's contracts. It felt very Lord Vader-ish, but and Thunder Beast, thank you for phoning the point, guys. I mean, I'm entirely honest with you lot about how the long ship survives. The big three for us here: bits, donations, and honestly, like. Well, I guess I can't really call it the big three, because from then on it's like, it's Humble, or it's things like, you know, those standalone sponsorships like with the Anna Crucis, like those are a big part of what keeps us going. So Kybal, that's why I kind of retracted my snark, because that does affect networks. When they refer to the streamer, you know, in groups that are actually like a team being employed to run it, it's the whole channel's revenue. So if it was a particularly subscription-heavy stream that is, you know, employing a whole team of people, there would be an impact. So. Catastrophe says, do we have to waste time on our limited lives and the idiots of the internet today? We don't really have to. We've got a gorgeous indie game from Yaspri to get stuck into today. The gorgeous No Place for Bravery. Kind of like, it feels like Children of Moita mixed with like an acid, hyper-light drifter, like post-Fall of Humanity vibe. We play Viking Dad, kicking ass for good reasons. Hey!
Comics bundle. Fantasy RPG Comics was just purchased for $15.
Oh yeah, shit, I was going to tell you all about that one. That's got feckin' Skull Kickers in. A very, very, very close friend of mine tried to get me to read Skull Kickers. So much so they gave me, well, didn't give it to me, lent me a copy of the book. And I think I finally gave it back to them after several years. I didn't actually read it, and it is actually feckin' good. Also, if you want to play some games I worked on, you can buy like a shit ton of Total War games. But seriously, I know all of you are either D&D or D&D adjacent, and alright. This is Guy, alright? The digital copy is in the comics bundle. This is worth the price of admission alone. Yeah, $15, worth it. How much did I pay for this? Alright, I paid $10 for the physical copy. Alright. Die is genuinely incredible, and Skull Kickers is feckin' great. Now, once again, Will's going to mention The Wicked and the Divine, because I feckin' love it, but Die is by Kieran Gillen, who is a feckin' great bloke, and one of my favourite kind of comic authors. Also did the incredible write-up about Thief the Dark Project, so Snuggly, you might remember that one. You can still download that online. Kieran's write-up of The Cradle is considered instrumental in what horror video games have become. in a good way. Anyway, it's Jumanji but D&D. Both. Like, it's also, for those of you that DM, Die is a great example in a twisted way of the yes and, which I really like. Jumanji, D&D. Temeri, like, it's great to write. I hate saying it. Now, J-Post, is Die version 1, is that the bit where you get to play the tabletop campaign of the series? Because I'm fascinated by that, let me tell you. But yeah, no, Die is a great example of yes and, in that almost Blazeballian kind of way. The way in which the characters present who they wish to play in game, and how the DM takes it and gives them everything they ask for, is inspired. Stammering, we haven't really started talking about anything. Because games industries, there's a lot. Also, I read a really weird interview with the guy who runs the Armello studio today, which made me very, very, you know? So, for those of you who didn't see, the team behind Armello have acquired the rights to rebooting like a cult classic, like strategy game. Was it Solium Infernum, which apparently, yeah, they're doing a remake of Rick Davis's 2009 cult classic. Now, I hadn't heard of it, so I don't know how small this cult is. It's not a cult. I guess nobody's searched for this as much as. Oh wow, yeah. See, looking at screenies, that's never been on my radar. And curious choice, but just yeah, I read the interview with it about. I don't know. It was one of those ones where letting a studio head speak freely can sometimes. Dude uses a lot of business speak, and it's left me feeling gross and weird. So yeah, that's where we're at the moment. Tamari says, odd question, how many fingers should a robot have? What kind of robot? Because if it's a worker droid, you can get away with like the grippy 3. Like, you don't need to do hands unless it's meant to be super duper humanoid. Hell, you can just you can cheat and do like the big pins. For humanoid, so long as it has basic hand structure, you can cheat and do the old comics like the 3 and the thumb. Okay, and also in what context? Because if we're talking about writing, give it whatever you want. If you're drawing it, less fingers equals happy life. Didn't think I'd be saying that one out loud. Snuggly says at least 2 per hand. Yeah, less fingies, less problems. I mean, if you are drawing this character repeatedly, one of the great old cheats are the transforming dome hands. I always love that one. Going for like a smooth, almost, what was it called? Was it Metropolis? Basically, so smooth tube hands that unfurl to do a lot of weird, interesting stuff. Wolfgrad, I wouldn't describe myself as a professional, but I read all the side notes in whatchamacallit, Ghost in the Shell, so. Alright. So yeah, like I said, we haven't got into the guts of it. I'm sure you're all aware that the thing that people are still talking about, even the next day onwards, is all the nonsense with what's his face, the YouTuber, deciding he's going to publish video games, which we will absolutely get into, friends. We will absolutely get into. And not in a that really boils my piss kind of way. A lot more cohesive. Like I said, I had a good long chat with a friend of mine who does a lot of stuff in game publishing, and you know, I don't think people are wrong for being perturbed. But yeah, but bear with me a second whilst I get our nonsense together. Oh, and Dead Idiot Gaming, Watto and welcome. Feck it. Let's go for some Muppet Vikings. Right. Look at this. Tweet deployed. If I can once again steal your help, good friends, to give this just a like and a punt, so we can once again trick the Bird app into doing Bird app things. Alright. Hello, hello. Let's give peeps a couple more minutes to trundle on in, just so that again we don't end up like covering the same stuff multiple times. So in Vigigamery, Steam is currently suffering from this really weird problem where they seem to be scheduling far too many digital events simultaneously. So at the moment, Slime Rancher 2 is out in early access, which is brilliant. But also, Steam have the Bish Bash Hack Slash sale. They also have the EGX Res Showcase and something called Tacticon, which is meant to be like a strategy and RTS themed digital showcase. And I'm just like, yeah, Tacticon. There is no way to pay attention to all of these things all at once on Steam. Aperios, what ho, friend? Like, again, it's a good thing that Steam do not gate this stuff. But at the same time, it's really hard as a user, and definitely hard as a title, to make some kind of waves when these platform tier events are all happening like back to back to back. You know, we're only human. We can only do so much. Now, see, stammering, I don't even know about the French game industry showcase. There's just something I noticed from this morning, and holy crud. Wow, alright, I definitely need this coffee. I'm sorry, friends, I keep going off into fucking space. And Imperios, how are you doing this morning? I was chatting a little bit about the stuff you covered yesterday with the Twitch split and whatnot, because I'm giving everybody enough time to trundle on in before we get into the big one that everybody wants to talk about. And like I said, I have specifically chosen the calm soundtrack for today, just to keep everything on a nice keel. Neperios, how was launch day Games? Because I've been mostly on work. I think I finally got it downloaded this morning. Yeah, there's no real game news to talk about. I mean, okay, in a certain regard, it's not a huge deal. Oh, the other thing that cracked me up was game journos and the rest of the industry finally learning about people using game stores as daycare. Kotaku put up an article this morning saying that GameStop employees are sick of having to look after people's kids. And I'm like, yo, this has been a thing for decades. I mean, it's definitely a thing in retail, but especially in video games with, like, point-of-sale units. Oh, on the subject of Gundam, Chrono's saying, good, to be a grind to get the new mechs. Do you mean, like, unlocking everybody available, or just, like, additionals? Because I'm very curious about it. But yeah, no, it cracked me up this morning, seeing this, like, GameStop employees are sick of people treating their place like a daycare. And I'm like, the amount of times that happened when I was working games retail well over a decade ago. But what would happen is that Mum and Dad would feck off to the pub or feck off to go shopping and just leave little Tim Tim in feckin' Game Station. Oh, it's the Graves. What up, friend? Hello. I have delicious Schadenfreude-ish for you. Ghost Reaper, I am very tired because the friend I was talking to about publishing stuff last night is currently in Tokyo, so I was on Tokyo time conversations. No, so Ghost Reaper, I've not played Kingsfield. I've been aware of Kingsfield for a long time, but I was never able to acquire a copy, and it is what it is. Yeah, Zagraves, the one that's guilt-free feelings of good based on somebody else's failings, not the strange fruit strudel.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Gift old Han something before chucking the poor guy off the tower. Gotta pay your dues, mate! Get off me bloody tower! Jackie, thank you. It's fucking cool of you. I mean, I know we all know the story, but it still cracks me up. Just that they said they were going to drop him on 3, and they dropped him on 2 to cause genuine panic. And Vulture Pony, hello. Oh, Crux. Good morning, good afternoon, Watto, and welcome. All right, so let's get into the paint. I have strudel teased you all enough. So the Schadenfreude at the moment is the discussion around big mode games.
Stop that incessant clicking.
How is that allowed? Alright. So some mode games, Big Mode Games was announced yesterday, and Big Mode Games is going to be an independent publisher, which was founded by a YouTuber called Donkey. And it has been the subject of maybe not scorn, but deconstruction and ire from across the industry, and has propped a lot of conversations. For those of you who aren't aware of, I think the YouTube channel is Video Game Donkey, a multi-million subscriber channel. It's meme videos on video games, and sometimes funny, mostly just kind of like, you know, wailing on video games for bugs and elements. The dude has achieved success in a very specific sphere, and one cannot doubt that in the YouTubian space. However, yesterday it was announced that this individual is going to be going into games publishing. And the crux of why they believe they're going into games publishing is because they know good games. And this has sparked so much. I mean, most of the vitriol has come from people who work in publishing, essentially having their profession reduced to I am a white man who plays video games on the internet, which means I know good games, which means I know how to publish good. No. Knowing how to eat fish does not make you a sushi chef. You have a vague understanding, but believe me when you do not know the process. It's eating a pack of cookies and saying, I would know how to bake. The process of publishing video games is so removed. Like, the actual skill set and abilities is so far removed from what comes out at the end. Yeah, it's Saglin. Wow, why hasn't anyone considered this super obvious strategy before? Why hasn't anyone just published good games? Again, there's a very good reason we're having the And Chill soundtrack. Yeah, Zagraves, what's the video game equivalent of badly prepared Fugi? That is a game that never releases and bankrupts you. That is the infinite, never releases money sink. And so this God. I mean, to go for the obvious, no one sets out to make a bad game. In fact, that's why the more I talk about it, the more I'm excited to do Bad Game Jam. Oh, Saglin, yeah, we get into Kingdoms of Amalur today. Ha! Ha! Yeah, which isn't even a bad game. It was just a fiscal nightmare with some shady shit. But no, so here's the thing. No one starts out to make a bad game. Every pitch deck is a genuine, honest attempt to make something interesting or different, or to try and articulate on the things that have come before. You know, it is not uncommon to see people quoting like the best in the biz when doing pitch decks and stuff like that. Like, hey, we want to make a gorgeous 2D Metroidvania. This is Hollow Knight. We wish to do the same things as Hollow Knight, but X, Y, and Z. And that's fine. I know that sounds a bit gauche to talk about, but that's fine to pitch. It's a great way. But there are so many things that can go wrong in development. There's so many things that can happen. And then you end up with titles that have to be released because the money's gone and they aren't good. Like, none of the people working on the newest Battlefield, for example, sat down and went, what if we just fuck about and make a terrible game? Yeah, alright, that sounds great, Greg. I'm gonna go play League of Legends. Should we phone it in the last 2 months? Yeah, brilliant. No, everyone working on that team worked their arse off. Why did Battlefield, the newest one, become such a disaster? We won't know that for a while. If I had to guess, I'd say the usual, which is not enough time, or some very, very sweeping decisions from up on high that had an effect on the technical element. And, okay, Lance, we're going to get into all of these, because this is the thing. Oh, I mean, jeez, Ghost Reaper, things like Battleborn getting overshadowed by Overwatch. I mean, things like fecking Lawbreakers, like incredibly experienced teams get brothel stopped. It happens. And it happens on the BD side of stuff. It happens in BizDev. It doesn't happen in the heart and the creativity. So to stand up and say in a room full of professionals, because again, this is a publishing company. It is pointed not at consumers, but people like me. People like yourselves who are looking to make games and get your games published. Standing up and saying like, well, I know what a good game is, so I'm going to be good at this. It's... God. I can understand why a lot of people are infuriated, because but the publishing side of things isn't often discussed because it's not glamorous, it's not fun, and a lot of the time it's just business. A lot of it comes down to contracts and legal and stuff like that. How things are structured, how milestones are set, how people get paid. Like, it's a messy and nebulous world, and yeah, so you know what? We'll come to that in a second. You know, actually, let's come to it right now. The other thing that's put people's noses out of whack is that this particular YouTuber individual created his pitch video. I'm making a publishing company, here's how it's going to go. And in doing so, did a traditional YouTube edit in which he points to great video games, which he himself has had no involvement with. And how you choose to view that is honestly valid. Like, on the one hand, it's trying to point to the idea that, oh, if I was involved in the process, I'd be doing this. But it's also the arrogance that, in some regards, that this individual was responsible for the success of these titles. And right now, there's a rumbling in the games industry which is probably going to spill over at some point, which is individuals who do coverage of video games starting to take credit for those video games. And I can understand it. If you worked 7 years of your life on a game, and someone out there, by being the most prominent person streaming it or making YouTube videos, becomes the subject of the most amount of praise for that title, like, that would grind our gears into a fine pace. Now, there's a whole other sphere of things, like, in the games industry, we do not attribute individual contributions like we should. We're really fucking bad at that. We don't talk about how games are made, which was the other big thing from this week. And because we do neither of those things, people can't relate to the people making games. So, well, I mean, God, friends, you're all making so many good points. So it's... I mean, Wolfgrad, we touched on that one, but it's easy to point to Hollow Knight and say, I'd publish that, without knowing the fact that there have been probably 50 attempted Hollow Knight successes this year, of which 10 probably made it to market, and we've not even heard of them. Now, we've talked a lot about coverage, right? How one of the big challenges for indie games is getting coverage right now. But I mean, God's rest him. One of the things that was great about talking with Total Biscuit 1,000 years ago was the fact that he never took credit for the game's success. He took credit for bringing it to people, but never was at the point where like, oh, without me, this game wouldn't be good. It's like, no. Yeah, that was something he never put forward, because the truth of it is, without these huge individuals, some of these games never would have been found. Like, we sit here kind of in our weird little bar, our strange long ship of the internet, and we look at a lot of games that don't get covered. Like, sometimes we're the only people that cover a particular title. But that doesn't change the quality of those titles left or right. And, you know, as someone who's kind of like the fucking daywalker of this, half in, half out, I do not know where this gentleman got the audacity to believe that one attributes to the other, but I believe it should be returned, post-haste. This is borrowed audacity and comes at a high price. Sorry, let me get some more chill jams on. And friends, like I said, you're all making some banging points. I'm just trying to keep it together. So jumping back. Yeah, again, as you all were saying, your announcement video for your publisher containing a supercut of other companies' great successes speaks to the lack of understanding of which of those titles was successful and how. Like, friends, make no mistake, Hades is an incredible game, but how Hades does the business side of Supergiant, how they chose to develop and roll out Hades was exceptional. Like, that's a fucking masterclass. And there is no way in sin that a brand new publisher is able to pull that off. The other thing is, one of you was asking if like they have the cash. It's like, I don't know, like right now we are, at least in the English language speaking countries, potentially looking at a recession, and a lot of people in the content creation space, Twitch, YouTube, etc., they're scared, because we've never had a recession at the same time as we've had this kind of like digital gig economy, and we have no idea how it's going to shake out. It's scary times. So what that means is that we're talking about a publisher whose revenue stream is based on something that might be about to take a massive nosedive. You know, if you are getting published by a company that already has successful products, the money's coming from that. You know where the cash is coming from, so you don't have to worry that they won't pay you. But what happens if YouTube completely 180s, as Google is known to do, and suddenly there is no income revenue? Now, someone who's got 7 million like eyeballs on their videos can probably articulate, but they may have to be weathering the storm. So that's a whole thing. Because friends, the two things you need to be a good games publisher is you need a fuck ton of money, and you need a lot of industry contacts. You need that industry knowledge to bring it through, and you know the person to talk to in all the places. Like, there was a time, probably for about like maybe a year or two, where I at least had one of those two things. Thing is, all my contacts have moved and changed around and shifted. Like, you all know, I'm trying to help a bunch of people get funding, and even with my contacts right now, I can't guarantee. So, I don't know. Okay, so that covers Ehrman's point. So Megaboss, esports is a whole nother kettle of monkeys altogether. Sorry, you're all making fucking great points. I'm just trying to like speed run them. Varble's pointing out indie publishers often handle things like localization, console porting, and QA. Yes, and that's where the knowledge comes in. You ever come across a really bad port of a game that you were really looking forward to? What has happened is that either the studio in question or the publisher has gone with, feck it whoever and found out that feck it whoever results in bad or cheap. QA you can always hire outsourcing, but QA is more nebulous to measure value of. From the outset, I mean, like, this is why a lot of people tend to go with the same, like, big testing houses, like Testology and places like that, because they're a known quantity and they deliver.
Graphics are the first thing finished in a video game.
Oh boy! I mean, Jackie, we hit upon that one yesterday. If you want to go back to that after we talked about this. But yeah. Deddy is saying, in my humble opinion, the value of any game is mostly based on the player. I mean, Deddy, I don't disagree with you. I just think that's a very, very different conversation. Video games can't exist without the user, and some of the great games are the ones where the user's experience and what the developer are trying to say are in harmony. You know, essentially, in a weird way, games are a semi-collaborative effort. If you know what I mean? But that's another... yeah. So yeah. Although, here's the thing, and the other point, so this kind of ends on more of a... than a... because, here's the thing. There have been instances of content creators trying to be games publishers in the past. To my understanding, it has been mostly a disaster, with a few little gems. But let us remember that, like, Rooster Teeth couldn't build a successful publishing wing. Rooster Teeth. Like, and we are talking a huge operation, and this is pre-lockdown, pre-descent. I haven't checked in on the state of Yogscast publishing. I believe they've been publishing intermittently on small games with varying levels. I mean, shit, Game Grumps has had one big banger and one big... Okay, Lance, we're not... Amazon is a very different beast. Sadler makes a very good point. If you want to make a small fortune in Vegas, video games, etc., first you have to start with a large fortune. But the thing was, Rooster Teeth was not like a bunch of dingleberries running around going... They were proper games industry pros in there on that wing. And, like, Bendy and the Ink Machine is a really, really good example of how, because I'm pretty sure Bendy was Rooster Teeth originally. That was everywhere. Like, their ability to pull merch deals and get coverage was exceptional. However, their ability to, like, publish and manage that product was... And Varbles. I mean, thank you for condensing. So Yogscast is still publishing, but yeah. At first, they did not know. Then they hired a bunch of people that did know. And there's a way to go into this space. Like, as an industry professional, I would never ask you to work with someone that hasn't delivered. So, if my job... Okay, so let's say, fictional Longship Studios. Hi, I'm the biz dev guy, right? So my job is to find us money so you'll get paid so we can all make a game. I would be an idiot to sign a contract with a team that has never published a title. And it seems all light and fluffy. It seems all like, yeah, we'll be best friends. It always ends up with a small person getting destroyed.
I met a T-Rex today. It tried to sell me a pistol. Turns out it was small arms dealer.
Fucking hell. Favor6, thank you for the bits, friend. But yeah, I've seen studios get obliterated silently by signing contracts with people that had never published a game before. And again, it's all smiles and handshakes, and then suddenly it's not. Perio, so help me, saying, as long as they have a solid ideas guy, things always work out. Nah, ideas are cheap. So what will happen with this? What will happen? Well, most likely there'll be a flagship product of some ex-AAA devs trying to make something indie. It will drag out for 7 years, never get released, and this will be just swept under the rug. One thing my friend did say, though, is that once you've been in that space, you can't do YouTube dunk videos anymore. Because here's the thing, it's hilarious to dunk on video games that are broken and bad until you know why. Once you know why a game is broken and bad, you can't go back to just being like, LOL! You know, you can't go back to just screaming, why don't they add co-op? Because, Timothy, it would cost a shit ton of money and would have extended development for like 2 years because it was not in the original scope. That's not how they built it. Why is this game buggy and broken? Because they ran out of cash. Like... Also, the other thing that made me grind my gears to a fine powder on that particular video was the, we won't have creative control, but, you know...
Netcode is hard.
Netcode is hard, yo! I mean, when we saw with the no split screen for Halo Infinite, I assure you, no one at 343 is cutting that because they don't want people to sit and play games together. They're cutting it because it's probably a technical fucking nightmare. Oh, yeah. Ah, that sweet Christmas release. Knights of the Old Republic 2.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Don't scare. Don't scare the coders, Lance. Sorry, Bacon Adventure again. Thank you for the bits. And Unitax, 47 months of feckin' spree, so cheers too. Like, again, I also understand that
Ideas guy, watch it and hear me out here. Make it of co-op at the last minute.
Oh my god, Ideas guy, what a brilliant idea! Let me just push the add co-op button. Favor6, thank you. And okay, I do want to acknowledge that I'm also incredibly privileged. I have been lucky enough to be in the industry. I got to be in the rooms where a lot of those big conversations were had. And I've been able to, you know, to pitch and discuss, and I've gotten to see the industry from pretty much most perspectives. You know, I've never been a studio head, but I sure as shit have been in a room where the hard questions have been asked. And, you know, I've not been the head of a multi-million-dollar publisher, but I've been lucky enough to be drunk with a bunch of them. Like, I am in a unique position because you lot keep my dumb ass alive, and I get to discuss the industry in this perspective. So I don't want to acknowledge. I don't want to ignore that. You know, I'm coming from a very privileged position as a daywalker, but the thing that again had the alarm bells ringing. Oh, Kryoku. Well, we'll natter in just a second. The other thing that just really struck me from that one was the... what was it? We won't have creative control, but I have a lot of knowledge about video games. Hang on, I wrote the quote down because it set my teeth on edge, because it was basically the same kind of mentality that consumes whole-ass studios. Where was it? I even wrote this down. Doesn't want creative control, but does want to be involved. Yeah, fucking sure. That's the kind of shit they tell you in a BD meeting before suddenly you're making Anthem. Like, it's the kind of thing where it's like, we don't want creative control, but we do want to be able to have input at certain stages. What that translates to is, if we decide it, congratulations, you're making a MOBA. Like, I can assure you that, let's take the Microsoft acquisition of Lionhead, that when that went through, everybody said, hey, don't worry about it. Like, we at Microsoft are going to have no creative input on the kind of projects you make. Don't worry about it. You're going to be independent with just financial stability.
That's how you microtransaction.
I mean, Ghost Reaper, the scary thing is the microtransactions and stuff, those come in when the bloat has gotten so bad that they're freaking out they're not going to make enough money to survive. Because Favor 6 is mentioning, like, the story of Vampire Bloodline's final version being burned as the bailiffs took the computers away. Like, shit can get bad. Yeah, Catastros groans in mid to current EA. I mean, Aberius, I don't know if it was Ghost Reaper's intent, but it was spot on. So yeah, that's the other bit where I'm just like, oh no. Because, once again, the creative input isn't usually the problem in a lot of these projects. A lot of these projects hit snags, or somebody gets sick, or the technology doesn't do what they thought it would be able to. Something happens, shit starts going wrong, and that's when publishers have to make some hard choices. But it means that the point at which the game is finally coming together, where you finally see the, shit, this doesn't work, what do? Do you just give them another $1 million? Like, how much cash does this kid have? And Chris, that's a very valid point. How different was someone who's referred to as Donkey talk about games after trying to publish one? Because you can't dunk on a broken game when you have to look them in the eye. When you have to put out a game that you know is broken, you know is going to get poor reception, but there's nothing else to be doing. There's no time left on the clock. What do? Right? Yeah, Ehrman, that's also a very good point. Yeah, someone is about to learn the difference of $1 million is F all when you're working at a company level. I mean, one of the fun things I was doing with my friend last night is we were trying to guess budgets of games, because, like, not a lot of those figures get published. We were trying to guess how much Dragon's Dogma cost to make. I still reckon about 25 million. I think that's how much Capcom spent on it. And I still think that Sonic Mania was a cheap win, because the guy made the game engine to emulate old Sonic, and then Sega hired him and I guess his company along with the engine tech. So Sega never paid R&D for the development of the game engine that ran Sonic Mania. Yeah, Lance, how do you handle releasing a game that will not be well received, especially when you have made a career slam dunking on games that have had a bad time? Oh god. So Jackie, usually I would be all in for like a tongue-in-cheek bit about Nufters, but naming no names, but somebody who is a very good industry friend of mine has gone hard into that space. And they unironically DM'd me asking what I thought about metalcore. And I'm just like, oh no. Yeah, Zagraves. I mean, it's sensible business. like hire people that make cool stuff before. And to the ale calendar, oh. No, I can't remember. I used to be able to say, sorry, I don't speak Spanish. So I do apologise. So Megaboss says that the aggro crab seal approval has more legitimacy. It does. No habla español. Thank you, Perios. I'm actually working on a longship seal approval. Right, this is something that I'm legitimately looking to pass on out. Yeah, but so the thing I want to focus on is, yes, Valve did a lot to offer modding tools because they saw the modding community as an incubator. But it's very mercenary. It's not like Valve is all like, "Oh, Mr. Gaben, are you going to help the children?" Nah. Basically, Daddy Gabe just snapped a pool cue in half and threw it to, like, 50 hungry, teams to see who would come out on top. And it worked. Like, Wolfgrad says, can the longship seal approval be a dinosaur sticker? That is the longship seal of Will didn't do the thing that would have been bad, so he gets a reward. Yeah, essentially, Zagraves, it's free interns, and you just pick the ones that self-train the best. Yep. Is that good? Is that right? I mean, it's successful. And again, when you are a front-facing personality in video games and business, like, friends, here's the thing. We don't hear about the publishers that fail. We don't hear about the games that have to get quietly, shot in an alleyway because things went wrong. There are so many stories that I cannot tell you because they're absolutely caught up in, legal and contracts, things far, far more brutal than NDAs. Well, Fred, funny you should ask about some underfunded AAA mega games, because, boy, do we have a publisher for you! BD in game development, like B2B, biz dev, is a lot of... It's a lot of making the hard choices. And when your entire perception of the situation is based on, like, the successful, like, super gems, that's no perspective at all. Oh, and Lance Icarus, no, you're entirely correct. Sonic Mania Dev did do a bunch of ports that were well received. Like, it wasn't just feck and all. Anyway. So, Kryoku, our giant robot day is on Saturday. Tomorrow is Sea of Thieves for us. So, yeah, Saturday the 24th. And Kryoku, I hope the feedback that we provided was useful. I haven't had a chance to jump into the new build, so I'll be getting a fresh eyes on it on Saturday. But if there's any parts of Galahad you want us to focus on, let me know. Yeah, Ghost Reaper, well, thank you for the bits and for the conversation, so cheers too. Oh. There we go. Let's see. Adjust those smooth jams, get drowned out by chill vibes. Thank you. I mean, the other thing to touch upon is games that are critically well received that were a fucking disaster to publish. I love the respect and critical acclaim that Fallout New Vegas has acquired over the years. No one here is going to say Fallout New Vegas is a bad game. But Everyone's forgotten what that game was like when it launched. It was a fucking nightmare. Like, God, the Xbox and console ports had a bug which would perma-lock your save, depending on whether or not you lost your canteen because of the fucking pre-order bonus. Yeah, I mean, that Stammering Gamer, Obsidian were done dirty on that. But using these games after they have launched and settled into the public consciousness as an example for why you should publish is so different. Even the guinea pigs joined in on that one. Sorry, and Megaboss, thank you for filling the pint glass. Well, and the thing is, like, sometimes being good at making games isn't the same as being good at the business of games. Because Sadlin mentions Eternal Darkness, which is a stellar game and feckin' brilliant. But if you look into the history of Silicon Knights, oh boy! Oh boy! Like, imagine trying to sue Unreal because your title was bad, and thinking that was a great idea. Oh, sorry, so Graves, jumping back. I am very pro modding. I think that what modding allows is to do the kind of things that would be either technically too complex, technically too fiddly, or things that would push the title beyond standard spec. Oh, to the luckiest MF, you got the demo up on Steam. What's the name of the game? Because luckiest MF, I will help. Unless this is a bit, in which case it's like eat farts with a spoon simulator. I reserve the right to retract my help. Alright. Play as the Cyber Messiah as you bring judgment upon legions of heretics in the Armageddon. Build a deck of powerful abilities, scale up your gameplay with artifacts, and create... I fell down the stairs at the end of that one. Alright. Have a look at this, friendos. Alright, so luckiest, so your current challenge is coverage. So it is a Devil Daggers esque title. There's a team currently doing like a Devil Daggers roguelike. That it will be interesting to see. Yeah, and I understand Devil Daggers roguelike seems like a double negative, but trust me, it'll be interesting to see how the space. Let's have a look. Assets look nice. Okay, so in terms of coverage without spending a buttload of cash. Also, that trailer slaps. Without spending a buttload of cash, I'd say... Oh.
Are you my mummy just purchased Humble RPG bundle, Doctor Who RPG by Cubicle 7 for £15.21.
That episode still haunts me. Okay. So, luckiest, with YouTubers and content creators and streamers and whatnot, demos aren't great, but if you can get your demo involved in like an upcoming Steam Next Fest, that'll help. Honestly, I think you're going to have to go for breadth and depth. So I would recommend get it on Keymailer. I'm assuming we're working at like a zero spend budget here, so it's just your time. The other thing I would say is once you start getting towards launch, don't bother with the call and response. Sorry. My brain is moving faster than I'm explaining my workings out. Bringing it back. Okay, so demos don't seem to get good traction outside of events like Steam Next Fest. What a lot of content creators are doing has been going through Steam Next Fest and picking their best of. And a lot of friendos have seen a big uptick in... Actually, let me wishlist that. A big uptick in wishlists and follows and things like that through there. The standard procedure is like demos don't tend to get coverage because they're hard to do streams on, and Twitch as a platform doesn't particularly like people jumping from game to game too quickly. So like a 10-15 minute demo ends up with people's views going down. It tends to be avoided. My advice, considering it, would be very liberal with keys on Keymailer, and when contacting content creators and stuff, send them a key off the bat. Like, if they end up selling it on a key sailing site, then feck it. Someone's making a black market around your game. But I'd say that if you consider the keys to kind of be your way in, try and hit as many small to mid-sized content creators with an idea to get like streamers and coverage roundabout day one. Hellshield says, is there a difference between sending a key or just saying go play the demo, it's live? Hellshields, you just don't get a lot of response. Because what happens with the demos in content creation spaces is that users try it and go, they don't tend to create content around it. They might discuss it in their communities if they've got an active community that likes that kind of thing. But considering that yours is a independent title being self-published, they're more likely to use that basically as like a feedback and deconstruction than as a building boost for getting coverage. So luckiest, if you don't have the budget to do a festival, that's okay. Now, something like a PAX or an EGX, actually, so luckiest, whereabouts are you based in the world? Just so I can get time zones and costings and things. Like, just give me general region, you don't have to give me grid coordinates. You're based in Israel. Fuck. Oh, sorry. The reason I say that, I should really specify why I'm saying that. Israel's got a great, tight-knit game dev community, but is not one of the big spenders when it comes to titles. Plus, your title is vaguely pseudo-Christian themed, which means it's going to end up doing better in like Europe and North America. So I mean, if you've got the budget to do an event in the US next year, that's great. But if you've got thousands and thousands of dollars to spend, I feel you wouldn't be coming to me. Yeah, it's not. Take that one out of context. I've actually been over to Israel. It was a fucking trip and a half. I'm still feel guilty about puking on Mount Masada. But I dream about this little hole-in-the-wall hummus bar I went to in Jerusalem. It was like 5 seats and a bar, and that was it. And I still dream about that place. It was so fucking good. And my partner at the time was working in Eilat, so I went down to visit him, and then I got to meet their family and stuff, so we did like a mini tour. I drank a shitload the night before we went up to Mount Masada, which is a historical site where one of the most famous examples of Roman decimation. But I didn't take into consideration heat or altitude, and was extremely sick while being extremely hungover. Yeah, I know, Fred. Drinking, shocking. In my defense, it was because my partner's friend over there was a Brit expat diver, And so he had been basically taking my partner under their wing and teaching them like the scene, helping them get some work with like local research places and things like that. So I took him out for bevies, and we drank a lot of bevies. But anyway, so jumping back. So luckiest. Right now, there's not too much to be doing. Like, having the demo out is good. Take as much of the context of the feedback and tweak as you can. The only thing I can say is that the backgrounds on the screenshots give it a little bit too much of a uniform setup. Your trailer slaps and is honestly what gives it a real solid look. But I think your play is basically going to be what we call groundswell in the lead up to proper launch. And groundswell means that you want to hit lots of small content creators and like stack it. So Hell Shields, I will admit, I did get the same kind of vibe that this is very Vampire Survivors. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but now you just need to prove the quality of it. So right now, the assets on the Steam page are a uniform because of that, the kind of like the red sand background. So what you need is a few more stages, or at least a few more ways to visually break it up. The deck construction is good, but again, the trailer looks good. I'm not in the business of flattery because I want you to succeed. But yeah, so jumping back. How do you get coverage? What you're going to start doing is in the run-up to launch, contact as many content creators as you can. You want to be looking for people that are somewhere between like the 2 and 10 mark in terms of viewership, and go, hey, we are single A games. We're making Gog Magog. We'd love to give you a key. Here's the key. So rather than asking for the call and response, which a lot of PR teams will do, just send it out. I mean, it's your team. If you send out like 5,000 keys to 5,000 content creators, brilliant. The idea being that creates enough groundswell so that people suddenly go, wait, why are people talking about Gog Magog? And in the sea of indie games that have a similar visual style, why are they talking about this one? And just enough, you bang enough pots, you make enough noise to create some eyeballs on. And you put that big focus around like a launch swell. That is probably your best surefire bet without having a large budget. And honestly, like flying to Europe or the US with a booth and a stand, I can't guarantee you're going to see a return on investment in that one. Unless you're going out for a specific opportunity like the PAX 10 or like an indie showcase. Something where you're guaranteed to be like featured. Like buying a booth stand somewhere in the US is not going to guarantee you get your money back. So, now, luckiest and Hell Shields, please consider that you can come by here anywhen to ask. Like, as I was saying to these lovely Mother Hubbards, the long ship keeps me alive. Like, they throw bits and cash so I can buy a cup of coffee and feed myself. So I am here to help. Now, Hell Shields, this is a challenge because you're right. Yeah, and also, Perios, you do stuff like that where you take photos of me eating or turn me into Max Headroom. But no, okay, this is the problem you are going to face with the product you're making. It does visually strike like Vampire Survivors. And right now, there are a lot of titles all trying to do the same thing. Now, do you have the budget and do you have the time to create something that helps differentiate it? perhaps something that puts the cards on screen with a UI to heavily emphasize the deck building elements. Like, is it within your budget to help visually differentiate itself? Because here's the thing, Vampire Survivors is hit up on a fucking great game loop that plays amazing, right? If you can capture that, the game's gonna play wonderfully. But unfortunately, now your challenge is how to stand out in that space. And I understand this is something that's different from what you asked, which is how to get contact. Unfortunately, because you're a small team, it's just going to be hours in a day, just banging out emails. When it comes to like game journos and stuff like that, like send them a straight key, be like, hey, Rock Paper Shotgun, we're a first-time dev team, based out of Israel, we're making this. Here is a key. Hellshields was saying, would you suggest using what little money we have left to hire professional advice for marketing in order to differentiate from VS? Oh boy! So Hellshields, can you... see, I don't... This is one of the things where it's hard to talk about on stream because I don't know how much you're comfortable discussing. Like, because little money can mean very different things to different people. To some people, a little bit of money on marketing is an entire game's budget. To others, you know, we're talking like a couple of grand. I would say that unless you've got like 10 to 30k to burn on marketing, and I don't mean just like professional advice, I mean like on a decent marketing agency, I would suggest putting that cash into the team. But unfortunately it means you then have to do like outreach marketing as a team, which is a lot of work. Like, either way, this is going to be a fight, but like, you're asking the right questions at the right time. So yeah, let's go back in. So yeah, Fearless, you're right. I'm basically quoting the Dead Cells maneuver. And Dead Cells was not the first platform roguelike. It was good, but it also did a very good job of hitting lots of little people. So the idea with the Dead Cells method is that you give out 1,000 keys to 1,000 tiny streamers. You let that percolate. Then you give out 200 keys to 200 like mid-tier. And then by that point, if you've done your job, if it's taken, then larger streamers start observing it because they see the movement that happens on the space and go, hey, what's this game? What's this trombone simulator? Sorry, trombone champ. Okay, no, trombone champ's got a metic edge in it and stuff, but you know what I'm saying. Hey, Hellshields, feel free to come and buy anytime. Like I said, I'm lucky enough that because I'm supported by the stream, I can use my industry knowledge to help. So, fucking and I love talking about it. Now, someone was asking about how to get keys outside of Keymailer. There's a bunch of sites. Evolve has terminals. Then there's noise.gg and God, some of the others. Let me have a look. Oh, of course, now my brain's going blank. God. Which one's Rainmaker again? I guess, you know, things like Rainmaker and stuff like that. No, Lance, I was trying to remember. There's another one like Rainmaker. Oh, and Hellshields. Thank you for the follow. As I said, feel free to use me as a sounding board for BizDev stuff. Yeah. So Rainmaker and things like that are all right, but there doesn't tend to be too much in the way of like decent keys. And by decent, I mean that like need to find a way to phrase this without sounding like a massive cockwomble. sometimes when a video game is struggling, they will pour all their money into influencer outreach. So they'll take out a campaign with Keymailer and Rainmaker and Evolve and be like, just get keys into the hands of a lot of people. I'm trying to think of a good example of one. Oh, it was the Kinetic Robot game. I think it was like Last Oasis, which struggled at launch. And they had a feeling this might happen, so they aggressively started giving out keys through multiple like influencer agencies and press agencies and stuff like that. Those are what I would call low quality keys because the title's not ready for you to do a full stream of, but they need the coverage, so they're just going hard anyway. I know, and Snay Worry. Now Stammering says, would streamers be better than established game journos? Established game journos is kind of like a scratch card. I can assure you that every journo has all the press lists that they're on, then all the direct messages, then their PR contacts direct. Like, most journo friendos are getting, 200 to 300 emails a day with varying levels of usefulness, and that's even post-filter. So, I don't know. Like, there's no guarantee unless you can create a story around your studio, which is a hard thing. And that can become tricky. Like, okay, if we're having some real talk here, if we're having some grown-up talk, if your game studio is based in a place like Israel, which is very geopolitically volatile, how that story comes across and how that story is phrased could possibly overshadow your development. So you might succeed at getting coverage, but it may not be good. And I don't want to sound like a horrible mercenary when it comes to stuff like this, but, if it's the difference between your entire game dev team being able to eat and pay rent or not, you've got to use all that you have. I would never advise people to go into the dark side of marketing, which is why I'm always like, you have to be careful with the kind of stories you create. See, okay, Stanley Gamer, sending a key to a journo saying, please try my game, is entirely valid. Trying to get a story going around your game, you have to present something beyond just the game. So either the conditions that it was made in, why it is being made, its intent, its impact, or like something affecting the studio. The problem is, if that goes awry, that story can then dominate the situation, and then the game can suffer for a story that you have no control over. So, yeah, this is when we get into like the cheap super style. So Tuna, how are you doing? Missing you, friend. What's going down? I missed your Gundam Overwatch stream, which I was very grumpy about. Things kept happening yesterday, and I was like, alright, finally I can sit down and watch somebody playing. Oh, come on! In terms of ranting, I think we've hit upon all the points. I mean, shit, we've been going for an hour and a half. But we were talking about Donkey's games publisher. And, I mean, here's the thing. It is going to fizzle. It is going to fizzle very quietly. And we won't hear about its death. Like, when a micro publisher dies, it makes no sound. Oh, and Martin, Watto friend. Hello, hello. I will say, one last thing, Professor Nels, in terms of like keys and elements. reaching out to the community managers and or their like PR people and things like that, just letting them know that you're a fan and you're involved. Like, asking to be on people's press lists is always like a good mark, because it shows that you aren't just key fishing and that you have a genuine care. So sometimes like direct contact is a really good way of getting keys for games. Again, getting keys for games so you can stream them or make YouTube videos about them or what have you. Like, sorry. So, bad games. I am still obsessed with trying to get a Steam key for Overkill's The Walking Dead. I don't know why. I found one site that's selling them for like $30, and I do not think they are legit. It's not even a good game. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with it, but I am. Hey, Professor Nels, it's no worry. Also, Martin, I do believe the joke about one hand clapping is a very specific joke. Okie dokie Lokis. Let me just check the hot sheets again real quick, just make sure that things haven't popped off again while we've been talking, because that happened. Fred's like, well, why? The Walking Dead. Do you want to talk about whatever's bothering you? It's because I never got to play it, so I don't understand why it's bad. Like, the critical reception and even the developer reception to Overkill's The Walking Dead was not positive. But I want to know. Okay, so thankfully nothing's kicking off. Which is lovely. I could do with some calm. I will admit, I was a little bit salty yesterday, and I feel like we did real good, but I did get annoyed yesterday that everything popped off while we were trying to give money to indies on itch. Like, hey, Fred, I have entirely come to accept the fact that if there was a video game equivalent of Hellraiser, I would absolutely fall for it. I just can't leave it alone. I don't know. Sorry, Lance was saying they're rooting for Donkey despite everything. The best that happens is it fails quietly and no one gets hurt. The worst that happens is we end up in a situation where somebody's indie game and IP gets locked in a hellscape for all eternity, like General Zod in Superman 2. Like we don't know what those contracts look like. You can say we have the best developer contracts in the business. I don't know anybody who's seen them. Just saying. Like, say what you will about Raw Fury. Raw Fury have honestly and openly put down their contract. And I fucking respect that. All right. We've had. Oh, I was gonna say we've had our 10 minutes. It's been an hour and a half. I want to show you all a cool game because I am not in the process of feeding rage. I am certainly not in the process of hating on. Because here's the thing, I'm once again in a position of maximum privilege. Because if Donkey fails, it's no skin off my nose. It'll be another cautionary tale for those who would indulge of hubris. But like, it doesn't hurt me. I mean, I'm not big enough to be on anybody's bloody radar, you know what I'm saying? And if Donkey succeeds, a game gets funded and is released, and we go, oh shit, that is a game that might not have existed otherwise. That's a really cool thing. So like, yeah, Down Under Dwarf Wafflemancy on this Twitch.television. Shocking, I know. So yeah, the game I want to show you all today is called No Place for Bravery. It is a Brazilian indie dev team published by Yasprid, and it's fucking cool. I got hands on with this at PAX. Why am I forgetting everybody's names today? So I used all my powers. The cool dude does a bunch of stuff with Loading Ready Run as well. What's his name? He's fucking cool. Problem is, all I can think of is Juice from Future Man. God damn it, Future Man. Alright, cool. I forgot a friend's name. I'm a horrible person. Jacob! Thank you, Saglin! God, I was fucking keeling over there. So I got a demo of this from Jacob, and I actually managed to clear the demo, which I'm very proud of. And I will say, this is one of those games that just, you don't understand it until you have hands-on with it. It has this incredible, meaty, weighty combat system that I've been wanting to share with you all. But again, friends, do not take my playing of this as the be-all and end-all. It's once we get the hammer, you'll understand. Yeah, put no pot on. Thank you. Also, there's one thing that Jacob did that I need to try and be better for, because I know Jacob. We've kind of been okay. It's not like we're super ninja buddies who fought against the evil ninja incursion when the Hokage sent us. It's an industry friend, though. I know him. I wouldn't want to pretend to have a great familiarity. But we've known each other kind of like off and on industry-wise for quite some time. And when we did the demo, especially after lockdown, we started chatting, and he was like, how are you doing, dude? And then kind of did like a record scratch. He was like, hey, I'm real sorry, what are your pronouns? And I need to get better at that because, you know, it's been 2 years of isolation and reflection. Like, we've all gone through the shit. We know, a lot of us now know ourselves a lot better than we did before, which is very cool. And I need to be better about not assuming, especially with old friends. So yeah. Oh yeah, Fred, I absolutely don't want to out an extra, like a ninja friend or anything like that, you know. I need to trim my beard. This is getting ridiculous. We have to start fucking plaiting this thing soon. Right, so without further ado, let's fucking break some face. This is great. Plaid it, plaid it, plaid it. I didn't even get my hair plaited. Which is, my hair is not happy with me right now. It desperately needs a wash, and it is grumpy. Anyway, on the subject of some Viking flavoured nonsense, let's go break some face! With no place for bravery. Oh yeah, Zigraves, promise, absolutely. Oh, absolutely, Zigraves, absolutely. Black.
I have to ask.
All right, let's pooze this smooth jams. As apparently I've forgotten how to speak, except for in a bad Scottish voice. Let's pause these smooth jams, and let me show you. No place for bravery. No place for bravery. No place for bravery. No place for bravery. Why are you like this? No location for Wafflemancy. Alright, we'll just do main screen online. There we go. Hide the BRB needs tea. Jobs are good. Controller recommended. Well, Gluedick, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Will. Lovely to make your acquaintance. I worked in the games industry for 1,000 years, as I was cursed to by a witch who I slighted. Now I preside on this twitch.television, and I try and help cool kids and indie teams launch games, talk about the industry. Why is this being an arse? Okay. Yeah, we're just going to have to do main screen online. So, Glue, the big games that I worked on was the Total War series. So I worked on the tail end of Empire right through until Total War Attila was my last title. After that, I worked at tech company for a few years. Well, I worked at an internal games team inside a tech company. Then I went down to Rocketworks in New Zealand. Oh yeah, I didn't mention to you all, the soundtrack for this slaps. But yeah, these days I am lucky enough to be able to stream full time thanks to these lovely mother hubbards who keep me alive. And yeah, I try and use my knowledge to help. We were talking to a lovely games team from Israel today who are trying to work out how to get coverage from content creators and press when you have no budget, which is the eternal challenge. Right. Oh, and Asari, welcome back. I'll turn this up for me. Alright. So, friends, without further ado, no place for bravery. I'm going to go for no place for bravery. The story mode is solid and definitely worth your time if you're not Soulsian inclined. Might bring the master volume down just a bit. Gameplay. Oh, and check this out. So alongside the story mode, everything's adjustable. So if you want to be able to do like parry moves but need an extended window and things like that, you can tweak it to your tastes. Which, I mean, you'll know I'm a huge fan of that. Right, let's do this. Sing her muse the folly's thorn, son of Dwyer, who lived by the blade! I reserve the right to go ham on this one. The Guardians are no more. For those who protected the world of Dwyer from the divine wrath of generations, they were not strong enough to resist that which corrupts everything. Fortnite. Pride! Shit! It's the other thing. Now, those who carry the seal are few and far between. The Colossus still slumbers in the west, waiting for the last guardian to pass on, so it may resume its holy mission. As the world withers a bit more every day, life marches on. So Megaboss, what you do is you make a game with a good vibe slider, and the further you set it up, the more cats on screen at any given time. Boof. Yeah, so it's a Graves. I really like that one, because I often struggle with games that have very, very strict parries, just because I've killed my reflexes with Jin and Late Nights. But when it comes to like boss patterns and stuff like that, I don't mind them. So, I mean, and you know, friends, ever since we did Control, like I've been a big proponent of allowing users to like flavor to taste. All right, my kid's like, "Wake up, Papa Sleepyhead." Jesus, let your da sleep. Thorn's like, "All right, what was it? There's a gremlin here and it won't let me sleep. You think I should catch it, teach it a lesson?" And Leaf, it's Lee, isn't it? I always want to say Leaf. Well, I guess Thorn and Leaf makes more sense. Don't think you're fast enough to catch it. You couldn't even catch that wild ball yesterday. No, I can't do a kid's voice. And Gludic, it has been nice to see how much devs have been embracing things like Twitch in spaces like this. Like, people were asking earlier about the GTA 6 leaks and, you know, feelings on that one. The one thing it's done is gotten everybody talking about how janky games look throughout. Alright, first one to catch the ball is the largest piece of smoked ham. Come on! Alright, gotta remember how to do this. Woo. Alright. Got me dash. Okie dokie. Zagrave says they're also not good at boss patterns. The pattern recognition just doesn't do it with them. It's not coordination or timing reflex, so if it's very generous sliders, maybe I can play the game. Yes. And Catastros, it was lovely hanging out with you again. Still don't know why any of you lot put up with my incessant nattering, but I'm very grateful. Alright, I've actually got to have a proper little look-see. I'm gonna adjust the audio a little bit more, because overall now it feels a little too quiet. And just let me know how. Bring the sound effects down a little bit. Oh, and Gludic, you don't even know. Like, this game is gorgeous. And what I love about it is it's a kind of post-Fall of Humanity Viking-soaked experience. You know, Hyperlight Drifter is this, like, trippy neon post-Fall of Civilization type title. And this definitely embraces that, you know, the world ended. Now what? But you'll see that as we get through. What's that? No, seriously, what's that? Stay back, lass. I'll deal with it. Alright, white. Remember, white to defend. Oh yeah, because I didn't bother with any of these, because these are all... Ah! Again, the other thing about this game, friends, is that the weight of it is just something special. Like, I don't know if it comes across in the watching, but the heat of it Ah, don't you worry, Leaf. The world already ended. Don't listen to them, dear heart. It's just a tall tale meant to scare wee little kids. Kids like me. Well, aye. But you are, wise. Wise for your age, aye. Wise like you? No, not like me. I still have a way to go. I'm not as wise as you, but I'm only older. But before you know it, you'll be the one taking care of me, so that's fair. Alright, let's go get some boar. The Viking place, the meat hall place near us. Execution. Yeah, the meat hall near us does these venison skewers that I also dream about. One day. One day. Well, so Mega Boss, I'll do you one better. Hyperlight Drifter is a complex rhythm game. Yeah. As soon as I saw this, I knew this was a game I had to share with you all. The town is built in the corpse of a fallen giant. The bones of some titan long slain. We can see our house from here. Consistent voices. Not today. What could have killed a creature that big? Dragons, dear heart. But then, who killed the dragons? Asked the smart child. Yeah. See, it's the Graves. It's that Tishan connection. It's the ginger link. Sorry, stammering game with us. Ah, that was Jerry. Jerry was a right dick. Stabbed him myself. Ah, yes, those would be sword dragons. Common around these parts. Men kill dragons. Hello! This is fine. Alright. Mama's back at home, we gotta go help! Okay, Leah ran off. Our objectives are go after Leaf. I was going to say Leah, because I had a friend, Lee, spelt Leaf. And the other is kill everything. You remember those who fell in battle? Alright. And Dustin, what, ho, friend? Let's feckin' do some! Hang on, let me just tear this guy's face off. Like in that movie, Face Off. Oh, of course, now more show up. Oh, there's no pause! There's no pause! Alright. Bashing time! It's a little while before they... Thank you. It's a little while before they give me the hammer. You are optimistic! Wellity, wellity, wellity. One more to beat to death. Oh! Alright. Adaperios is adding... Central Cinema is doing a showing of Face Off. Do you mean like right now? Because I will end stream and I will go watch Nicolas Cage.
Someone said Face Off?
Like in that movie, Face Off. Friends, I'm trying not to give the game away, but it's gonna get good. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. Thank you.
Well done.
Having a bad time. Like, I'll let you know, friends, when we get past the point in the demo. That was me wee baby. So, objective failed. Perhaps the warlock took your child. Leaf was possibly captured by the mysterious something. That's a lot of blood. Your face is a lot of blood. Zing. Will you buy any skills yet? No. We need a couple hundred before we can start. Claret is strong in this place. Alright, so all I've got at the moment is this skill. Time to regret your choices! Hadouken! You, sir, are very brave. It hasn't done quite the same amount of parry training for us, but I do remember it from the demo. Like I said, so friends, I've played up to probably about like half an hour in, and again, Jacob said I was one of the few people that cleared the demo, but he might have been telling me that to make me feel better about myself, which is fine too. Burps. 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 Oh yeah, down on dwarf. Like again, I can't wait to show you all. Oh, this bit. Right, people this. Feck you lot. Sorry, so the Sekiro style maneuver is you essentially have both your health and your poise. If your opponent's poise gets broken, then they go into stun, you get to wail on them until it stops being hilarious. Spoiler, it never stops being hilarious. Shit. Crap sticks. Alright, well, so I keep wasting my items because I forget what does what. The arrogance of having played the demo first. It's part of warrior training, Fred. Once you reach a certain point, you just declare war on tall grubs. Oh, there we go. Apparently I'm a dingus. Oh yeah, so this is just going through the white attacks can be blocked. Yellow cannot be parried but can be defended. Red can't be stopped. Slowly learning how to do this again. It's the first day of adventuring school, friends, is, you know, alright, welcome future barbarians of the land. First job you'll see that tall grass over there? Fuck it up. Look, I'm still reeling from finding out that basically you become more charming in RPGs by murder. That basically every bard in a system where you get XP from attacks is basically Hannibal. Like, we're all familiar with the idea of, like, wizards learning spells by doing damage. But I hadn't considered that improving your charisma by killing people would be a thing. And now I can't stop thinking about it. Oi. Sign a quick slot. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, because these are my reusable potions. As opposed to the really good stuff, which I threw away like a dingus. Coming for you later, mate. Get your shots off now. How's that working out for you, buddy? Here we go. I feel like I went through a lot more nonsense before we got to this point in the demo. So I guess they just changed the pacing. Ah! Cheeky mate. There we go, there's me dodge. There we go! Now it's a party. It was around about this time in the demo I realised I was going to be having a lot of fun. No, but like, joking aside, this was legit the point in the game where I realised that this was something special. And I shall demonstrate by beating this goblin to death. I enjoyed that far too much. Fucking wee! One thing I do like about this is the sprint is an auto function once you've been running for large enough. Who's next? Who's prepared to face my wee hammer? Fuck. Alright, and I think we can buy some skills now. Shenanigans, but okay. No one saw anything. Perios, you saw nothing. It's fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine here. How are you? Oh, this guy! We meet again! Calm down. Oh, look at me, I've got an anger timer! Don't make it all about you, mate. Biggest hammer wins! Oh, wait! He didn't do the cool murder! I'm so sorry, friends. That should have been much more dramatic murder. I'm so sorry. It's a good thing I bought those performance-enhancing drugs. Yeah, so Graves, you do deserve more close-up, like, squiggly hammer murder. I'm very sorry. Like that! Just a little bit closer. Sir, I'm gonna need you to not move out of the way of my hammer. Thanks. Cheers. Alright, fine. I'll stop fapping a boot. Prance in a boot with your head full of eyes. Well, let me tell you, I'm a grim bloody... Oh, God. Forgot about that. I'm a grim bloody fairy tale with an unhappy bloody ending. See, Fred, I like to think that was the ghoul that was like, hey, I'm gonna go over there. Why? Well, this bloke's only got a hammer. And if I'm over there, he can't hit me. Seems a bit dumb, doesn't it? Oh, effective guys. Oh, P-balls and bin bags! Yeah, in today's episode of Archers Being Jerks, this guy! Is going on? Okay, what I will say, sorry friends, I'm not doing a very good job of showing you all this game. So I beat these archers to death on principle. The hammer is incredibly satisfying to use. Like, I cannot state enough how good that feels. big spooky guy. Who didn't spook me this time. Thank you, big spooky guy. Oh yeah, I also forgot the enemies in this have friendly fire, which is very satisfying. Alright, can't dash through. We talked about this. I hope there's not a bug with this one, because we're not getting to see the proper good close-up kills, because they are spectacular. Ow. Congratulations, you guys are just far enough out. I can't stab you. You ever stab someone with a hammer? It takes effort. Oh, get a fig. Break your kneecaps with a feckin' hammer, mate. Apparently we're returning favor. Oh, no. I got cocky. Eat hammer! There we go! Ha! Fucking yes! I cut him in half with his own sword. It felt good. This is fine. This is fine.
Breaking kneecaps with a hammer. Considering the size difference, would this make you a former Viking biter?
Ah! Can you bite someone with a hammer? Nah, bacon. Like, seriously, thank you for the beans. Scott. Could never beat that guy. Piss! I got too cocky! I just gotta... Yeah, I'm gonna break this guy's face with a hammer. Oh! Of course, see, negative me's only weakness is the bloody great big hammer! None of your bullshit me! Too cocky or too cockney? Huh. It's a little murder baby. Baby made from a murder. Huh. I shall raise you as my own son. I do like too cocky or too cockney. Doopty-doo apples and pears. I was at Violet's funeral. Another nightmare. Dramatically staring out of window to ... It's a leaf again. 3 more dots indicating that I'm a stoic man who looks at the moon. Who's this? Fid. Of course it is. Always is. I better check on the boy. What's wrong, son? I had a bad dream. The Seven, the Helmware, Paw Patrol, they were all rushing for me. Sorry. One of them threw me down and was about to tear out my throat with its teeth. Sounds horrible. It was awful. I know, son, but it's just a dream. Dreams can't hurt you. Besides, I wouldn't let Helway take me boy now, would I? As I get more and more badly Scottish throughout this entire playthrough. I hope not, Father. You needn't worry, son. Go back to sleep. I'm heading downstairs. I'm heading downstairs. Just like downstairs, but worse. Heading downstairs to open a tavern. I'm awake. Might as well open early. As apparently I need my fucking sword in this pub. Jesus. Down under dwarf, have a lovely rest of your day, alright? And Zagraves, I'm sure I'm sure there was absolutely no pixelated wobbly knobs there at all. None in the slightest. Oh, DX Man, I didn't see you coming on in. Did I say hello? I hope I did. You, sir! You have to help me! I was just mugged outside! Aye, tough luck, friend. I didn't gotta do shite. What? But I need help! What do you want me to do about it? Like, fucking yell into the street and say, oh no, this great big frog's had his wee purse stolen! The fuck you want from me? Glands. What the? What? Why? Help me chase down the thieves, of course! They're getting away! We shouldn't even be open yet. Look, friend, I'm sorry about how I know you're telling... I'm sorry, how do I know you're telling the truth or not? You might be trying to rob me. If it's justice you want, gonna talk to the Legion or the New Order. I just serve beer, mate. Should have known better to ask for help in this dump. I'd ask if you want a pint, but I know you can't afford it. Alright, look, I'm heading down to the distillery to fetch some liquor. Some of the good stuff. Can't you come with me, lad? Sure, Father. With my tiny pixel legs. A little backpack, lad. Objective, we need booze. We need booze. No booze, no business. Get more liquor at the distillery, alright. Lore discovery of the Grizzly Fang. Lore discovered the war between the giants and the dragons. Man, look at the kind of tool. This kid's allowed to play with some gnarly shit. There's kid's sword, kid's giant's beheading act. Lore discovered my own son. Lore discovered the last continent. And my wife doesn't want to talk to me. Okay. Lore discovered the old order. And apparently we just have a bonfire in the middle of our pub. That's pretty fucking cool. I tell you what, while we have a brief moment of like... Actually, let's head outside. Hopefully it's not a fucking bloodbath. I was going to say, while we have a brief moment of respite before we have to eventually, I don't know, run out and kill yet more people. Digging the sinister music, but... Ah, so the Broken Tusk is our pub. Alright, that's pretty cool. So, friendos. I'm going to quickly nip to the loo. Before we... sorry, I've got to get the BL Beanies tea banner. It's not hooking up this thing here, though. I don't know why. Streamlabs is being a butt and refusing to acknowledge the game exists, so... So I am going to nip to the loo. I'll be back in just a second. Everything from here on in is stuff I did not see. The wobbly pixels was about the last thing I saw from the demo, and I got to admit, when the title card dropped, plus that swelling kind of that weighty tune, like that was something special. That was a point where I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to share this with you all. I forgot to start Blight of the Immortals this morning. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Alright, I'll be back in just a sec.
Who wants to sing?
Hello, hello. Alright. Decaffeinated sturdy, thank you kindly. Oh, feckin' yo. You know, I'll bring it up to studio. Because we'll get a train going, plus it gives me a chance to put some food in my gob. I think Aperios is snuck on off. And then we can return to video games. I need to say thank you to.
Time for the hammer and beer train.
Shit, yeah. Well, it's coffee and bagel over here because it's not quite beer o'clock. But J-Posed and Wolfcrad and Spooky Ghosts, Caffeinated Sturdy, Bacon, and Professor Nels, all of you. Thank you kindly. We've got first train of the day. That's right, good. I mean, Sturdy, you're not wrong. It's beer o'clock somewhere. I'm trying to cut down on my drinking. I'm trying. I successfully did not drink last night. I'm very proud of myself. Sorry, I was having a chortle because it does seem like Lost Flowers, Gundam Evolution is wholeheartedly dunking on Overwatch 2, and that nope. And that's making me very happy, friend. It's like guilt-free, cruelty-free, no added sugar, Overwatch Gundam Flavor Edition. Like, sign me up. So I was saying earlier that the characters are going to take a while to unlock, and I meant to ask, is that the visual customization, or is it still you have to unlock additional characters beyond the standard? Again, friends, forgive me while I'm stuffing my face. This hype train has become more of a Battlestar Snackalactica. But here's the other thing I do want to say, whilst I'm shoveling bagel into my face. Not for baby boys, though. Amos coming in being like, what smells good in here? What does smell good in here? My boy. Oh, my boy. So this is the game we're playing today. I seriously cannot recommend enough considering getting a copy of this for yourself, because the one thing that my nonsense is not conveying is how much feckin' fun it is to beat people to death with a giant hammer. Feckin' hell. That was unexpected. The spooky ghost. Sorry. Whoever that was, like, thank you for 1,000 bits. Like, that's $10 to keep in this whole little corner of the internet afloat. so I can thank you, right? I keep having that thing where I don't realize how hungry I've gotten until we stop. God darn it. I'm just gonna DM from Imperius that just says, wrong, my dude, with a picture of me eating. Jesus Christ, you're like weird Batman. You just know when you're needed. Wolfcrab, thank you for filling the pint glass. Like, while my bagel shame is recorded. Wolfcrab, thank you for filling the pint glass again. So, Lost Flowers, are you playing as the standard Zaku or as the spangly melee Zaku? Because there's one thing I'll be very curious about. Oh! Sturdy. That's fucking cool of you. Thank you again, alright? Right. Now, I hope you all know this by now, but everything that you lot chuck in goes to bills, rent, keeping the animals alive, keeping the people alive. I'm very grateful. Right, and I promise I'm not just using this whole hype train as an excuse to talk Gundams with Lost Flowers. Promise. 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 Yeah, and caffeinated study. Despite my best efforts, the Longship has kept me alive for like 4.5 years now. Which, God, I'm basically what would happen if you combined a Furby with like Tony Hawk's Underground. Noise, high. Survivability, low. Oh yeah, the thing that's interesting is with Gundam Evolution is that there are a couple of units that share the same profile, like they're the same visible shape on the battlefield. And I'd be curious to see how as that game evolves, like how that continues. Like, can you tell the difference between the ranged Zaku and the close range Zaku at a glance? Because one's got the gold trim, which is a real easy way of showing it, but how does that change when you have different skins? You know, Barbatus looks distinct, Sasabi looks distinct, but then, like, the difference between, like, the GM Sniper and the Pale Rider, for example. Fred, you're not supposed to tell people. Fred's saying that his theory is that I'm a lich. Indie games where I stored my life force. Yep. I just show you like an indie game through way of a ritual, and I tuck that indie game away in the annals of the internet. That's why none of the games we cover become like super $1 million hits, because I'm storing a piece of my life force just in case those pesky adventurers get all stabby. Well, Lost Flower says one of the Zakus is holding a giant axe. Well, here's the thing. It's been very well documented that especially those like big multiplayer games, readability is a huge part of their success. The reason why games like Brink and Lawbreakers failed to resonate was it was nearly impossible to tell what kind of person you were going up against in combat because of the varying silhouettes. Basically, it's the Shonen Jump protagonist. Why do you have a sword? No. Sorry. Where are my manners? So first of all, friends, thank you all for a little train while I have some lunch before we return to No Place for Bravery. And yeah, and the other thing is, so when it comes to readability in multiplayer games, silhouettes are an important part of that. This was something that was discussed a lot with the character design of TF2, that even though it's a squad of people, you can very quickly tell who is what by just a quick glance because of how they are shaped in their silhouettes. The problem with Gundam is that creating a differentiation in silhouette can start getting tricky. It's easy with things like Turner Gundam or the Sasabi and like things that are very visually distinct. But like when it gets on over to man, it is just being grumbly at me today. Quiet. But some of the designs do start to look the same. Aperios was adding that their only thought on Gundam Evolution is that it's hard to tell who is who, but they don't watch much Gundam. Everyone else is also very flat colours. Yeah, I mean that might start to pop more as people unlock more skins, but most of the hero Gundams have the same palette, which is part of the design. Like, that's intentional. But when you translate that into video games, it means that like Barbatus, Turner Gundam, and the Granddaddy, the RX-78, all have the same color palette. Like, honestly, I'm just happy it's good, you know what I mean? After the disaster of SD Gundam Alliance, is everybody? Ah, Eagle lives. Watto and welcome. But yeah, after the disaster of SD Gundam Alliance, like my worry was pronounced, should we say? Ah, piss. Herblins! They're like Gerblins, but cheaper! I'll herbal your Goebbels. Alright, stay calm. Ready your sword. And keep your eyes open. Oh, I don't have my hammer. Okay. So now we're starting to see the unlocks for realsies. Alright. Alright, so they're not letting us through until the Herblins are Herbler murdered. Murdlins. Stand back, citizen, or I will have to arrest you. For what? Doing your bloody job? Alright. Let's herbal some Gerblins. You lot. We can indeed pet the dog. I would like to confirm dog petting enacted. Alright, so Thorin's like, who told you about the Hellwind anyway? That person said, he said the Hellwind come crawling through the windows and suck out all your blood. When help finally comes, you're already dried up like a dead twig. Well, firstly, that's not true, but he tells those stories to scare yous. And if that nonsense is giving you nightmares, it means you took the bait and he wins. Do you mean that? I'd rather believe you. Well, I'm glad my word is worth more than 10-year-olds. Now let's feckin' kill something. Let's traumatize a child. Oh, that's bad. A Herblin Stalker. Oh man, that's my booze! That's my booze guy! That's my booze guy with no legs! Skeet up, butt up, booze guy! That was scary. It's really scary. Thorn. He's still alive. Not for long, we lad. Dodo, you! Mate, you look like a feel. Thorn. Listen, they took it and Angico. Saw it, Thorn. What the hell please. Just leave him. Don't get my boy back. I'm enjoying the peace and quiet. Sorry. Don't look, son. It's gonna be a wee bit grisly. Thorn, you heard it. Barnaculosis. Are you a dog? There's that one Hellweir being like, I'd quite like finishing off right now. I'm in severe pain. Wait, soldier. Donna was telling me the Urbans that took his son right before he will, you know. The guinea pigs did not appreciate that joke. Alright, time to head back to the tavern, where I'm sure nothing bad has happened. Just keep saying, stand back, I'll arrest you fools. Like, no offense, but I'm basically doing your feckin' day job for you, mate. Shenanigans, I tell you. Wait, am I dizzy or is my son dizzy? Cut that dude straight in half. Ow! Oh shit, chips. It's weird. These Herblins seem a little softer. Still up there blocking the way. The dog is fine. I repeat, the dog is fine. Yeah, no, anytime you're ready, guards. Don't worry about it, I got this. You'll take 5. Save the bloody day. Alright, apparently our days as a bartender have not dulled our ability to kick ass. Whew! Flexed him back into the Stone Age. Nuggies! Babies, it's okay! This seems bad. Hobacha! Friends, excuse me just a second. Sorry about that, friends. Just had a little... Let's just keep going. So I guess we're feeding this whole place now the pub saw. Okay, Dram, you're gonna have to explain your finger-burning, torch-wielding skills. Waffling, there's a flame burnt out that day. Is it a great big bloody hammer for me because I missed my hammer? Dram says they found something. Something they believe could restore old order to its former glory. Sorry, friends. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna open a window in here. That's a problem with being in this little back room. Sorry, friends. And now, of course, you get the blindingly lights. Get my face destroyed. Oh, do not start drilling out there just because I opened the window. Did I miss a whole day of pub work? Oh, what a shame. I guess the kids are with us. Interesting. companion does not want to talk to us. Also, after today's, like, herblin attacks, maybe taking the boy's not such a great idea. Act 1. Foe! Did they just kill that frog with his own bloody tongue? Alright, heading to the town limits north of here. He doesn't look like how you described his stories. He looks tired. Hush now, child. Yeah, Kermit. Kermit's not coming back, friends. I don't know what to tell you. The way Bloisterson. Bar's closed. I need booze. Well, I'm the fucking bartender. Give us a couple hundred gold. We'll go from there. Afraid Naught saying they gave him a tongue lashing he wouldn't recover from. How long have you been sitting on that pun? How? How long? Wait, is he gone? Because they cut the frog down. It's really not easy being green. Alright. Okay. So we are... Oh, so in Ossuary we want to go outside, so we're heading like that way. Ah, okay. That's real cool. Listen to the words planted in my soul, O downtrodden people of this city, says Asimov. To Afraid Naught, it does have that Children of Moita aesthetic, but this one's weightier with a bit more of a combat focus. It's interesting, people talk about Children of Moita a lot, and very few people mention that it's one of the most fascinating storytelling games. Like, this is the story of Thorn. From the looks of things, Thorn is a dad whose eldest child got kidnapped by, I guess, blood liches? You know, as they do. And he has since given up the adventurer's life and opened a tavern. And adventures at this point... Adventure at this point is coming and knocking. Where was I? Ah, yes. Whereas with Children of Moita, the story is the story of the entire family. It's kind of told from the... Oh, wow. And Sadlin just managed a 12.5-minute run of Hades. Go you. And congrats. Yeah, so Children of Moita is told from the perspective of the whole family. Like, it's almost like the house and the interconnected elements of who we play as. Because we don't play as any one character in Children of Moita. We play as everybody. Petting the dog. Petting the dog. And that's one of the things I find so fascinating about it as a game. Whereas this is very much more of a clear-cut story, but with a much more of an emphasis on weighty combat. I think I just stole their money. I might be the baddie. Yeah, that's Bravery not, and you're correct. Like, the game makes you switch around characters because they get exhausted, but so they can tell the story from multiple perspectives and then how those things kind of interconnect. Okay, so now we can start unlocking new skills, alright. is not. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so Afraid Not also, I was having a look at the Steam page on this one, and you're right, it is mixed reviews, but I can't see any negative reviews on it, which means they're either like international ones or like, I don't know. Razio says things are pretty good. Soldiers and legionnaires keep the place busy. Try to haggle their way out sometimes, but once they look me in the eye, they realise bigger in close quarters. The haggling stops. Okay. But no, that was something I found very curious, was that it appears to have a mixed rating on Steam, but I can't find any negative reviews. So something is afoot. Okay, so only 8 of the current reviews are in English. What are the other ones in? Just to be curious, because it, you know, again, it might be a... maybe something nefarious afoot. Or it could be there's a late game bug that we haven't seen. Spanish or Portuguese? Interesting. I'll have to spit a couple of them through the Google Translator. Citizens of R3, please lend me your ears. Most importantly, your hearts. Ah, General Kitty Meow Meow Kitty Face. It's good to see you. We are facing a battle, the last bastion of civilization. A war. But you already know that, of course. You're so smart and clever. Kitty! Our streets are ravaged daily by assaults. No one night goes by without blood of the innocents staining our streets. And now, not only are we divided by fighting amongst the noble legion and a misguided new order, but harrowing beasts attack us from the abyss, and we're also out of catnip. That might be a specific problem to me, but it is no less pressing. We are being tested! To tell the truth, it's been that way for a while now. Your safety and protection is paramount to us. But I swear to you, the Legion will achieve far more beyond mere safety. We're talking disco balls and party hats, one and all. We will reclaim the Colossus. We will pull back from the brink of the abyss and rise once again. Meow, meow, meow. Reclaim the Colossus. Who's that Egypt? It's pronounced Jeet, friend. Wait, keep quiet. How can you not know about the Legion? I can't do the voice anymore. They've been around for a while now, and Drame's been out of the world. I've been out of the world, haven't I? You know what? Is this the kind of society you would have got here? I do try, Fred. I do try. The world is crumbling around them, and instead of following the first, and they insist on following the first fool who acts like they've got it together. Society is no friend of mine, Thorn. I'm a dwarf. I like gamps. I like caves. I like damp. I like gems. I like drink. I like beer. And more caves. They don't lie. They're honest about what they are. And if this is what passes for leadership around here, we better hurry. Come on. want my hammer back, mate. Didn't I kill you? And you? And a bunch of that other guy. As I descend into madness. Oh wow, we are heading into the wee slums.
I think those Legionnaires are up to no good.
Where? Whose side are we on?
We can do something. Are we just going to stand by and let this happen?
Listen, kid, you're about to learn a very valuable life lesson. Alright, so we can do nothing, we can help the soldiers, help the Legionnaires, or kill them all. Let me know your thoughts and feels. I'm going to democratize this so I don't have to feel guilty. Do we do no murder, some specific murder, or all murder? God, after the whole conversation we had yesterday about do you pet the dog, there's a part of me that wants to do nothing, because that's the one outcome that nobody would choose. Alright, well the only person who gave a sensible response was Johnny, which was kill them all, so let's kill them all. Has the abyss gotten to ye? I'm tired of being told what to do by these authorities. They weren't there back then, they didn't see what we saw. Do what we did, and now we have to roll over and let them boss us around? No. That's part of why I'm here, but we can't do much. They kill us on sight like rabid dogs. Use your brain for once, mate, yeah? Come on, before you draw more attention.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I mean, went in doubt, stab about, right? Must pet puppies. My puppy doesn't want to hang out here because it's smoky. Alright, this is the place! I built the house over it, but there should be a secret entrance in the base of the Dwarven Guardians right here. 50p says it is packed with goblins. Sorry, herblins. Ah, Thorn. It looks like I was wrong, mate. This is a drug den. Using Hellwind's fire. Well, shit. I'll handle this.
Is Durham going to be okay? I'm scared. We can't trust those.
Hey, what are you old goats doing down here? This is our place. Piss off, you heard him. Hand over the cash and beat it. No, you idiot, don't send them away. Get their money. James like, look, lads, we're just passing through. Passing through? This is our place. Ain't nowhere to pass through to. I used to live here many years ago. I lost a family heirloom. I thought I'd come back and look for it. All the other places to look, eh? That's your problem. Mine is you squealing to us about the Legion. Well, we just killed them, so... That damn fool really turned on us like last time round. I can get your money. I get your money, you scram, or even find a piece of that jewellery. What if they attack him? Shouldn't we protect him? My child, have you not seen his hammer? Yeah. Look, they were going to try something. They got shit to do. I have noticed that we've kind of cut a swath through a lot of people so far. I'm sure it's fine, friend. I'm sure it's fine. There is no way any of these choices will come back to bite us in the arse. Well, would you look at that? Top-notch dwarven craftsmanship. Ah, it's a sight to behold. Alright, nightmares down there. Dwarven, you haven't told me yet. I don't think Drave's on the level. Let's test this one out. Ooh. Objective, the dwarves delved too deep. Meet Jarum inside the secret base. Okay. We got ourselves a nice little dungeon. Spot of where to look for a spot of violence. Can't run games with friendly fire. I always thought it was shenanigans when you encounter those gigantic enemies that would, like, hurl weapons around like there was no tomorrow. And they just whimsically pass through their compatriots. Alright, we're just taking the sun into the dungeon murder tunnels. Alright. Alright. Too greedy and too deep. Seems curious. Shit. I don't think I like Take Your Son to Work Day anymore. Oh, lordy, lordy. Tell you what, let's have a spot of coffee. Oh, the smokes are disappearing. I mean, the kid could be holding the shield or something. We could end up doing like the Mecha Shiva attack. Mecha Shiva. Mecha Shiva. getting kind of into more of a standard dungeon crawling affair at this point. I was partially worried at the moment because of the combination of Gundam Overwatch man. The combination of Gundam Overwatch, the Hyper Demon. Oh, I'm just gonna heal through it. Come on! Tripped me as I was in the air. Shenanigans! Sell me some bloody skills so I can murder some more people. The cash we have, we just don't have anything to use it on. And I've lost my bloody hammer. I love that hammer. Run. My name's Thor, and I once had a really good hammer, and they got taken from me. Never been the same since, I tell thee. And Strags, Jarl Infinitus, what ho and welcome. How goes it? I'm getting fecked over by booby traps here, but aside from that, doing real good. I'm missing my hammer. You wouldn't believe. Get it back! Oh, okay. Wait a second, this isn't RuneScape. Oh, God darn it! Why haven't we done RuneScape yet? Why am I like this? Back. Refill my health. Possibly pop into Butlins for a day or two to recover. Okay. Oh, sorry, Fire Strike was saying they're trying to figure out how to make green coloured cocktails that don't use Midori. Shit, that's a challenge. Because Midori's the... Yeah, Midori's the... Oh, whatchamacallit? Midori's the melon one, and then Creme de la Ment's the mint one, right? All food colouring. Afraid not a kale juice? Doesn't that kind of comes across more as a grey green though, right? And I can't imagine how to mix kale juice with booze. Okay, I can imagine, I just can't imagine it being a wanted result. good with that hammer. We were good friends. We got on really well. Now I miss it. I miss that hammer, I tell thee. Oh. Oh. Sure. Okay, we are just going straight into this, alright? Back in Wizard's Mind! Thank you, Wizards. Wizards have no place in a fight like this! Nope. Woo! Get epic! What happened to our dwarven mate? Is he just fecked off? Feels like he's just fecked off. Did we just get left behind? Wellity, wellity, wellity. Job's done. Now, time to murder. Alright, wizard's dead. Now I need vengeance. Oh. He says specifically running into one of the arrows. And we're back. Sorry, I had to do cheeky murders, and there was a wizard, and things got very strange. I drank the blood of some people who were on drugs, and now I am a wizard. Caffeine and Strags are crafting some kind of green concoction. Alright, do your thing. Get back! We absolutely should not have brought our son to this. By Astraga, you are Jarl of these lands, Jarl Infinitus no less. But I draw a horrific line at Old Bay vodka. Actually, who am I kidding? I would absolutely try the shit out of that. I'd be lying to say anything else. Sailing says apple pucker, but it's already just added food colouring. Yeah.
Look at these doors! Looks like a vault. It must be brimming with treasure. I've still got goblin teeth in my eye.
It's a library. It's better than gold. The key should be here somewhere. Shouldn't it have a fancy lock like the one upstairs? Okay, so Jarl Vinicius Firestriker says that they are not endorsing or acquiring Old Maid vodka, just noting that such a horror exists. But what chaos are you putting forth? You know, it's like, oh boy, did you all hear about that mountain that nobody's climbed? Did you hear about that indie game that a single person has played? Did you all hear about PBR whiskey? Okay, ever since someone described PBR whiskey as a 40-year-old's crystal Pepsi, I've not been able to. I guess today is just the find cursed knowledge, pass it on day. Alright, so there we go, friends. That should be a little better. Sorry for the terrible. So J-Post, PBR whiskey, the something blue ribbon, the terrible cheapest of the cheap beer, do their own whiskey, which is aged 5 seconds. Literally says that on the bottle, and it is clear as day. I tell thee. I said I feckin' tell thee. I think this person's not too shy.
Odd eyes, many eyes, good for appraising goods, appraising character, appraising beanie baby. Praised sword, fearsome fighter, threatens us with it. You need a blade that sharp, squishing insect. Ooh. No, not ass. I said no, not ass. Alright, you win. Blah blah blah. As soon as he said he wasn't interested in ass, it's like, nah, peace out. Key should be here somewhere. Yeah, I know. Can't help but notice you can make me go bloody find it. Alright, so we've hit one switch, so I guess we go south from here and then hit the rest. Yeah, that seems right. Can't open the door! Guess we're going this way, friends. And to Jarl Infinitus, I can't make you promise that it's that it isn't allowed in the mystery shots. I once bet an inordinate number of shots on a game of Mario Kart. That is to say, I bet one shot on a game of Mario Kart and then repeatedly played double or nothing until I was very much in the hole. 4 shots, dealer's choice. And this has been an ongoing saga. Right, now we go south. come back to you. God, we must have been really having a shy day in the pub considering how quickly we've gone back to adventuring with our only child on our back. I'm just thinking about that, you know, just pondering out loud, friends. Oh, and to Afraid Not, thank you for the follow. Alright, you stop being impervious to my stabbings. It's illegal. Though I do need to stop being so blasé on these baby monsters. There'll be plenty of big monsters for me to be blasé on. It's a fucking wizard! I'll be great, I'll just hide over here, kick this guy's ass, it'll be fine. Spoiler, it was not fine. Feckin' wizards, man! Fucking die already! This is not clean and this is not elegant. This is not how you get this done. Oh, thanks, wizard, for waiting for me to cleave you in. I don't have a way to fight back at range as well. Alright. I have much to learn, friends. Ooh. The invulnerable sidestep. The lore of the 4 heroes. Something, something, something bunch of nerds.
Ooh. Here's an idea, friends. Here is an idea. As exciting as it is, don't stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning talking about video game publishing with your friend. Because then, the next day, you feel it.
Alright.
Alright, shake it off. Shake it off. Okay. Wake it up. Wake it up. Hubba-cha. Hubba-cha. Ha. Put-cha. Hubba-cha.
Alright, we're doing it. Busting out the Drangos. Fruit sugar, let's go, baby. Fuck me running. Go get me bloody mood, fam.
Again, friends, my battle against the sleepies is not. Please don't take that as a diss on this, because honestly, the combat and rhythm of this has got a real smooth feel to it. When they say this game bears a similarity to Sekiro, they're not joking. The fights where I'm winning are the fights where I get like a real good sense of the rhythm, and the fights where I can get my arse kicked is where I'm not there. You know, I'm not present for the rhythm. Oh, I think I just fucked up opening a bag of Drangos.
Good work, Dingus. One job. Get the good sugary fruits in your system. What did you do? You didn't do it. One fucking job in. Cool.
Legend tells tale of a Drango fool. Alright, cheers.
But yeah, now we're into the dungeon delving section of it. I don't know.
feel I get it. Does that make a weird sense?
Hello, Amos. You come to say hi? No.
Okay. But we did just acquire something that will allow us to get some decent upgrades in a bit, so... Real nice to be able to murder those guys, though. Sure do wish I was murdering. Actually, you know what? I might pop back into the center and just spend what we got. Yeah, I think I should play it. I've been like, oh no, we have to kill more of the herblins. However, will I cope? He said, his voice thick like sarcastic Marmite. I did have a thought on our previous conversations earlier, so you can tell the Drango's kicking in. So, we're talking a lot about Donkey today, and kind of like, ooh, an advanced invasion maneuver mixed with secret arcane skills that renders the user invincible for a few seconds. Love it, like it, hold it. And apparently that's all we can buy right now. Hey, it went up. Okay, so it's kind of hold down. Alright. Oh, sorry. It was me losing my train of thought there. I do apologize, friend. So, the thing that I got thinking about was, because we've been dissing on Donkey's publishing skills, but one of the trends that I've been really enjoying seeing is that people who have been very involved in games commentary and things like that, actually getting into game development and then becoming very, very self-aware. Now, Mark Brown, Game Maker's Toolkit. Always loved his deconstructions and his analysis. Hey! Hang on, let me get out of the way of those arrows. To a match of cryptids, I say what, ho, and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends. Jess, you beautiful Mother Hubbard, how are you doing? Come on in, friends, come on in. I'm just having some dried mango. We're crawling some dungeons in no place for bravery. And Match of Cryptid, Watto, and welcome. Now, I believe all of you met Match of Cryptid last night when we raided on in for a spot of post-itch.io Animal Crossing, which was much appreciated. But if by any chance any of you aren't following, please change that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so one of the things I've been really enjoying is content creators who go on to make games and how that changes their perspective. I'm sorry that the smoke's getting to you. We've had a bit of a bout of that today. It is unfun. It is exceedingly unfun. Oh, match it, sort of. So, the big games industry drama yesterday and today is that content creator Video Game Donkey announced they were opening an indie publisher. And their announcement video was very
YouTubian. And there's been a lot of different takes. We talked about it at great length this morning. I think the one that kind of stuck in everybody's teeth was the concept that by just knowing good games is enough to understand how to publish and produce them, which they're two drastically different skill sets. But what I was talking about was, I feel the individuals for whom, like, they actually did go in, having commentated or criticized games for a long time, to make their own, and how it kind of changed their perspective. So the two that I like talking about are, obviously, Mark Brown, who only recently, well, I say recently, like last year, began their like game dev journey. Having done so many of these like great big breakdowns of what game devs should be doing when making their games, and has now realized that making a game is incredibly hard. And I'm sorry it's killing. I'm sorry it's killing your creative energy. Mine's been somewhat hiatus. I'm trying to build Ash from the Evil Dead, but as a Gundam. But that's another story. Oh yeah, and you're entirely correct. There's a very, very good reason that those professions exist in the space. But what's been fascinating is, like, I loved Mark Brown's deconstructions on games. The reason why I stopped watching his content is when he started switching from, like, here's a good thing and why we believe it's good from a content standpoint, to here's what game devs should be doing. Because it's one of those, it's very easy to say, but like actually doing it, actually implementing it is no small feat. Mark Brown got into game development, has been very like, oh no, I'm sorry I said it was easy, it's really not. To an extent, what's his name? Yahtzee? And yes, Eagle lives. I do have small feet, but I run fast, good like. Sorry, Fred. Jess is bringing up my other favourite thing of the week, which was the guy saying, well, if you knew how game development goes, you'd know the visuals are the first things done. This game is 4 years into planning and development, and what you see is almost exactly what you will get. God, the GTA 6 leaks have been glorious. So imagine, like, you know how much goes into it. And the thing is, the job of a publisher is even more abstract. Like, as you well know. So to say, because I know video games, I know what games to publish and what to do, it's like, but like I said, we covered it at great length. But I'm trying to think of a few other individuals. I mean, what was fascinating is a few people from the RPS journo space got into game development elements of their own fruition, and they took a long time. I think it was it Tom Francis? He spent ages like studying Game Maker and like getting to the point where he released, I think Gunpoint was his first one. That's the cyberpunk detective game about the pneumatic trousers, which is not to be confused with Wallace and Gromit. Alright, so we can't go down just yet, can we? And Wilk, Watto and welcome. Oh, Gunpoint absolutely rules, and I believe his follow-up title, Heat Signature, was, well, I personally think it was something very special. But what was fascinating was hearing from him about like how game development went. Another old classic is, second time I mentioned today, good old Kieran Gillen, who attempted to do a total conversion mod for Deus Ex. Called the Cassandra Project, which was very, very good, but the scope that that they had was massive. You know what, Jess? I'm entirely not sure, but I'd have to have a look. And the thing is, unfortunately, with a few of these characters, we're not really going to have like a golden gotcha moment, you know. One of the other interesting ones is obviously Dr. Disrespect going into game development. And unfortunately, because of the nature of the character and the person behind the character, I don't think we'll ever get a situation where that person goes, oh shit, it turns out making a video game's incredibly hard. Boy, I shouldn't have run my mouth. What happens with these kinds of projects is when they do fail, they fail very quietly, so... Wait, by OTK, are we talking about the game OTK? Because, well, ironically, that's Teddy who did Hyperlight Drifter, which this draws from heavily. Okay. And Magic Cryptid, at some point in the future, you know, we'll get like basically like a game dev piss up where we can sit around and enjoy the delicious Schadenfreude of Dr. Disrespect's train wreck of a production. I feel very bad for the team working on it because of the ridiculous schedule they kind of created for everybody. Because I don't know if you've seen, friends, they've agreed to, what was it, like a playable vertical slice every either 2 or 3 weeks. And like, feck me running. Apparently. I've forgotten how to play video games. There we go. Your soul is mine. Oh god. Well, so Mancha, I mean, you know I have a grand despisal of NFTs, but I had someone message me today about the game from PAX, which I thoroughly despise, Metalcore, because they were like, oh, you're into giant robots, do you know about this Metalcore game? And I haven't had the heart to message them back. Because the interesting thing, so Dr. Disrespect's, for those who don't know, Dr. Disrespect, a douchebag of a character, and possibly a douchebag of a person, is doing a first-person shooter because they've been playing first-person shooters on Twitch and other varying platforms for so long. So obviously know what they're doing. But they have hired a game team, so it's not an impossible task, but they keep doing dumb things like promising everybody who supports it early on that they'll be able to have a playable vertical slice every few weeks, which is the worst idea to give to consumers, but alright. And the way it works is that to be a supporter, you have to buy an NFT, which then also gives you voting rights on the creative process. I don't know if it's a DAO or if it's a non-formal thing. So it's designed by committee, by content creator, and not a content creator per se, but a character. And you know what? That sounds like the most hellish development. I wouldn't work on that for 6 figures. Metalcore and games like that are far worse than Dr. Disrespect's one, which is why I'm so infuriated by their existence. Because in those ones, you have to buy Nufters to play. And it's infuriating. And if you can't afford them, you have to rent them from other players. So yeah, forgive me. I'm gonna move the topic away from Nufters because I get very, very ragey. I think play to earn as a business model is like one of the most rancid that's been introduced. Like worse than, I mean, shit, worse than. That's not supposed to be there. It's over this way. And I'm going to assume that the red block is a boss of some description. Okay. Alright, listen. Listen, you. Now I can find this guy.
Hello, baby boy.
You look very pleased with yourself.
Oh, big blob.
That sound you heard was Amos coming in and then going for the big sip. Knife, throwing knife. Oh. Okay, Match Encrypted, have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for bringing your team over. I'll do my very best to be at least vaguely entertaining conversationally. I stayed up way too late last night talking with a friend in Japan, so I'm definitely feeling the sleepy sleeps today. But I got my coffee, an entire fucking sack of Drangos. Like I can do this. I can do this. Also, I am going to bring the key back to the center. Because I have a feeling that other thing is like a boss battle or something.
Hello, baby boy. Hello, boy.
Big flop. If Amos spent enough time in here, I would definitely get like an Amos cam so you all could see. But we're getting a rare like Amos type flump. Go. Open it when you're ready. Ready for what? By the abyss, you daft! I guess we gotta go kick that other thing's ass. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Let's get into the Dwarven Library. I'm curious. Right, there we go. Let's go! Fucking wizards, me!
I don't know. Let me go, you shit!
But you know. What? Is that Thyad? Who's the other? Yo! Whoa! Charges into battle. Sun on back. Alright, well, time to earn my pay. Get dunked on! Oh, that was my knees. That was incredibly rude. No one's got any manners anymore. Weird. Oh, that guy's not got a fucking head. Oh, where's the fucking wizard? Oh, there you are, you right bastard. Oh no. Right, wizard's fault. Aha! I'm kicking this guy's ass! Apparently I'm skeleton again. Alright, how many wizards are we doing? Is this one wizard scenario? Alright, wizard's turn. The wizard is down. The wizard is down. Here we go, here we go! Back and throw in a bin! Wait, what? No super murder kill? Shenanigans! What was... Not now. I need to go after that warlock. So if you're not specifically asking me warlock-related questions, you can fuck off! Yeah, sorry, French. We're changing the theme of the long ship now. It is going to be a warlock-only stream from now on. Warlock-related questions only. But I will say, I do like that you know, the person being like, hey, adventurer, we need you to save the... Shh. Vengeance.
I can squeeze through the cracks with my broken child body. Come on, put me down.
You are not a good dad. Boy's like,
There's nothing in there.
Dawn's like, of course there isn't.
It's cold, though. I think this hole leads to the mountains. Father, please love me. To the frozen wastelands. I could think of worse place to hide. Did I help? You did, son.
She's just saying that she managed to get in here using magic. What do we think of that? Where did you learn magic? There's some sources around. There's a few. South. Southwest, over by the Tooth. Nick Gunnersbury. Alright, that is something I was not expecting. Is it really him? Recognise him anyway, but that bastard got away. Graham's like, take it you're going after him? The edge of the world. Alright, well, peace out. That's more than one dwarf came to handle. Found him! This is what I was looking for. The Handbook of Initiation. Think about that, Try.
I think you've lost your mind, dwarf. And hello, Thorn. Good to see you again. Why, hello, Tyrant. It's good to see you all in one piece after all these years. Where have you been? Did you do something with your hair?
Hey, well, you're awfully chipper for someone who almost got mauled to death a wee minute ago.
That's it.
Almost. Ha ha!
This is why I'm not allowed to do voices all day. It just descends into mad. Consistent voices? Not on my watch. Okay, so the real New Order, the one that will hold the ideals for another millennium, blah, blah, blah.
I just don't see why making you guardians will solve the problem. Why repeat the mistakes of a failed organisation?
Shit, that one should be stapled across the entrance to the games industry. Fuck.
These handbooks are like brittle old bones. They should be buried and left to rot.
Fuck.
Well, that's my opinion. But you wouldn't like some of my ideas for the New Order either. Let's agree to disagree. I've gone through enough trouble here to last me a month.
How do you think the warlock got in here, eh?
I think he followed me. Are you chasing him?
Well, no. Have you met him before?
I'd heard rumours. But someone like that runs the Hellwire Fire Dens and the local Mahjong Club. Explains the smell. Never expected to meet someone like that, and I hope to never again.
And I hope you make good on your promise there, Tyne.
Would you drop it, old man? I still carry the seal. Arf, arf.
I also would have accepted baby as a response to the seal. Some of us never forgot Batman and Robin.
If you want to go digging through old tunnels like a mole, that's your business. I am searching for another way to protect the seal, and I'm really close. Anyway, I need to get back to my work. Come visit me when you finally wise up, dream.
Poof! Tyne! Oot!
I finally seen a sorceress. Mother will be so pleased if she speaks to me.
Well, at least someone's excited about this whole thing. Who cares if she's excited or not? That lass is spewing nonsense a lot usual. Hey, what was she talking about anyway? Like a difference to protect the seal. Baby, something kiss from a rose in your face.
Forget about it. Stupid idea. She'll come around. Anyway, you got what we came for. Time to go. I choose to believe that all of your lovely selves currently watching this have probably just muted the tab, have trundled off to hear better voices and live better lives. And you know what? That's the play. That's the smart move. I can't believe I have to put up with me every day. I'm legit not fishing for compliments. I'm just being a silly bugger. Caffeine from the other room says, some of us do not have the luxury. Feck it, yo. Alright, so there's skills we can pick up. So we'll just pray for a big fight. See if this person's willing to sell us anything. There's no I see that. Dari, cool. That amuses me greatly. Sorry, Dari's saying I'm in another tab, which means they don't necessarily know which parts are legit and which parts are ad-lib Will specials. I will say, I am really enjoying this game. I'm definitely getting sloppy with the combat. Like, I could be playing this a lot more cleanly, and I'm not. Now, I wonder if this is an area we have to return to later. Well, I guess we'll find out on that one. Because there's one area where we can't seem to affect it, which means there's a lot more to either explore or to kind of unfurl. There's a red boss marker down this way, which is what I'm going to go check out now. Or new, as they'd say in the Highlands. Sorry. Oh shit, this place refills. So there are plenty of knives to be had. So apparently, whoever we put a fight, we're going to fight with knives. Alright, somehow we'll make this work. Oh, okay. The fuck? That was my face! I needed that. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, not cool. I learned a lot there. Really good hammer. Yeah, J-Post, Mr. Lincoln did say a lot of things. Well, Lost Flowers, in my defense, I've been winning. Except on that one time, where I got my face exploded. With nary so much as a how's your father, I might add. So we find out there's actually like a fucking save point like down here or something. I didn't even think to check, you know. Ooh. I mean, handful of coins. Like it, love it. Unfortunately, I do have Seal's Kiss from a Rose now stuck in my head. Not as funny as Seal's Kiss from a Rose, as sung only by Seals. That's one of those magical videos. I save it for when I'm having a bad day. Okay, are we just not... I am not doing well! I mean, not as poorly as that bloke, but... Alright, so we've basically got to play hippity hopscotch. course, that's where we unlock the feckin' crossbow, so we need it. Alright, what do we do, friends? Do we just keep plodding along with the story? Do we try and unlock this feckin' crossbow? Because I think, in terms of the base of the Secret Order, we've done most of it. But it seems like we'll come back here later on to unlock a few more things. The crossbow would definitely be feckin' grand. Because I think if we go... Yeah, by skills, where is it? No, those quick fingers. That's one range. I'm pretty sure we get a feckin'... Well, we don't have a crossbow to use, so I'm probably overextending way before we need to. Okay. Alright, so let's get out of this feckin' dungeon. Get out of this feckin' maze. Let's go be someone else's problem. Alright, something weird is going on. I just necked all 4 of my potions instead of beating that guy to death. I think the smoke guys might have wrecked my face. Okay. So let's slash back and find now. Alright, let's try this once more feeling, because I don't want to get wrecked by this dumb wizard. Dumb wizard with a dumb face. Sorry, I just had a strange thought. Does anyone remember who's publishing Wizard with a Gun? Because I remember it being Devolver. But I just had this thought that is Devolver publishing Wizard with a Gun and Gunbrella, the 2 best named titles currently in development?
Yeah.
Feck it, you know what? Corner the market on, you know, mystical firearms use. I think it was the Hard Drive did a wonderful article which is no video game could ever live up to the name Wizard with a Gun. Yes, and Enter the Gungeon. Although Gungeon's more pun mastery than Wizard.
Yes, it's good.
Gun is involved, but there's got to be some wizardry in there to bring him into the... Oh God, he was praying for me to not kill him. Won't lie, I feel pretty bad now. I'm sorry, are we just not doing parries now? Did we just outlaw them? There, see? God, friends. I tell you what, we'll progress the story just a little bit more, and then because I want to see a little bit more of where this is going, and then I might bring our adventures to a close for today. Not because I'm not enjoying this, and I'm definitely enjoying your company, as you well know, but I cannot land parries right now. And I don't know if it's exhaustion or, unfortunately, I've been having problems with my hands recently, which is not good, considering my profession. It's one of the reasons you haven't seen me trying to chase everybody's scores on Neon White. I'm a little worried. You know, having a Devil Daggers addiction does make things tricky. Well, I've just closed the path behind us, so fuck me. I have fucked up. Oh shit, yeah, Derry Quill, Tactical Breach Wizards. I'm curious about that one, because that's been going for a while. Like, I'm hoping that the development's not having a hard time, you know? Oh, so sorry, if you haven't seen it, so Tactical Breach Wizards is very similar to, I think it was what was called XCOM Chimera Squad. So it's a tactics-based game, but it's very based around... Ah, okay, so we can... That you use lever with hand, that you use lever with sword, this you shoot an arrow, that you drop a hammer. So we are going to be coming back here a few times, alright. That makes me feel better. It was Chimera Squad. And Hookshot, good morning, how goes it? I have helped some devs today, and I've talked about a lot of stuff. We talked about a publisher who probably shouldn't be one. Did you do this? No. Yes. Well, we just made some enemies. Yeah, I killed a couple of mystical crackheads and made someone very angry. I'm not saying I was in the right, but I did do a murder. Okay, so Dari's saying that Tactical Breach Wizards has been releasing private betas, and from the sounds of things, it's doing alright. Hey, that's good to hear. Hookshot got their hands on the new Unity multiplayer tools yesterday. Played around, had a nice breather. Hey, that sounds good. Have you tried the add multiplayer button? We just push a button and Unity does all the hard work for you. If you give that a go. Oh my god, I nearly went past the dog without saying hello. What is wrong with me today? I'm so sorry. What about the add netcode button, Hookshot? Or the install rollback netcode? You know, the thing that devs should do, but they choose not to because they're incredibly lazy. I'm going to stop speaking words. I'm hurting myself right now. We have killed a lot of people. Okay. I mean, Hookshot, multiplayer to Lightsmith for mid to late would be wonderful. I wonder how you'd measure the light distance on that one, because, boy, getting lost would be real easy. I'm not saying that you should stop that, just, you know, the realization. I'm so sorry, friends, because the conversation is kind of skipping by a little. It seems that our hero and a bunch of others were part of a group called the Guardians, doing stuff and things back in the day, and they've since kind of given up, which is sad, but it's what it is. And it appears that this little order of heroes is kind of. Wow, I am doing the worst job explaining this game. You know what, friends? I may have to admit defeat. I know it's only been 4.5 hours, but I'm not doing this game justice. I'm certainly not doing your time or your conversation justice. And I'm sure we can find some lovely people to hang out with on twitch.televisio. But yeah, no, Hookshot, that sounds real nice. Let me bring it back to menu, and I'll share the game with yous. Okay. Because this was no place for bravery, and it was feckin' rad. I genuinely feckin' enjoyed that, and honestly, it's one of those games which has such a wonderful rhythm and battle to it that if we kept playing, honestly, friends, I was going to reach the point where I was just monosyllabically sitting here and just hacking herblins to death. You know that point where you're so in the zone, you just like go, oh yeah, completely forgot about fucking talking to people, like, you know, I'm supposed to be doing. God, I mean, caffeine. That would be that. You know what? We may reach that point where pre-packaged game engines do actually come with like solid built-in multiplayer, and it's lovely to think the amount of like matchmaking and stuff you can just get from services now. Not that long ago, like you either had to have direct IP connections or hosted dedicated servers. I tried playing a game with a friend last week. And thankfully, the game is so old that the dedicated servers, the official dedicated servers, are dead. But we tried connecting to each other, and it was like connecting. I don't see anything. It was like, no. The first guide I brought up on how to play multiplayer, it's like, right, hope you're good with port forwarding, because biggity bam. It's like, no. It is lovely to be in a time where at least a lot of those problems have been kind of solved for us overall. Put some Pokey Jams on. Now, Hookshot, that's not a bad shout. Hookshot was saying they want to be able to provide direct IP connecting in the event that servers ever go poof. Like, in the event that, you know, Steam or any of those companies kind of go heckin' sideways. Although, if Parsec has shown us anything, it's that given enough time, users will solve it. They shouldn't be able to. It should be impossible. But Parsec's Parsec's kind of proven us somewhat wrong. And it makes me happy. I mean, the stuff we were talking about earlier with like modders stepping into spaces and affecting things, it's fascinating. And okay, Hookshot, I don't disagree that they shouldn't have to, but you know, it is what it is. And I guess we have a lot more understanding. So I became aware of Parsec. If you haven't encountered it, Parsec is a third-party, I guess, it's not just a network connectivity tool. It's kind of like almost like a system emulation. It can be used for connecting like PS2s together to simulate like a whole bunch of nonsense. I remember what God, I think that was how I ended up having to play some of the Armored Core stuff, like the early ones. Lost Flowers. I am a disaster. But that is very lovely of you to say. Thank you. Yeah, I encountered Parsec when trying to play, I think it was Armored Core, and then I think someone got it working with Steel Lancer Arena International, but I don't remember. Yeah, I'm just pondering it through, because I've definitely used Parsec, and I'm blanking on what I used it for specifically, but it was primarily for games whose online services had gone out of business. I don't know if it violates T's and C's. No, that's a remote desktop. Alright, you know what? I am going to have to do a feckin' deep dive because I was very sure that it was Parsec. Was the one I used back in the day for emulated systems. But it does mean that I am officially giving you bad info. So I think it's a good time to bring our adventures to a close, dear friends. Oh, Hookshot, it's no worries. What I'm here for, mate. Like, it was like I was saying the other day, is like, if I am able to, I will always try and help people, like, to the extent I can with what I got. And I'm lucky enough to be supported by a whole bunch of people, you know? So, fucking we. There were some other people asking the nightmare question earlier today, which is, how do you get content creators and journalists to cover your game if you don't have a marketing budget? Oh boy. And Lost Flowers, I will take it. I may be a hot mess, but I'm your hot mess. God. Right. So there are some lovely, lovely individuals streaming a whole bunch of a myriad of different things. Yeah, Hookshot. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm telling them. But I was giving them a few like don't send press key request forms. Send them keys. Make it easy for them to cover you. When it comes to journos, it's still worth sending them keys, but until you have a story around it, it's much, much harder. And Fearless, we have come to the end of Viking Hammer time. In my defense, we spent a large proportion of today talking about games industry stuff. So we had like a good hour and a half, 2 hours of banter. And honestly, No Place for Bravery is such a good game. I feckin' loved it. I wish I get my hammer back, but it is what it is. Honestly, if you enjoyed Sekiro and Hyper Light Drifter, enjoy in all its Viking flavored glory nonsense. But yeah, so Hookshot, the trick, unfortunately, for people coming in as first-time indies is you need a story beyond just game exists, unless the game is so unique or has such a singularly mimetic moment. But when you get to that point, the journos are already covering your success. So is there a story around your studio? You know, is one of your developers...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Jackie, why? Jackie, thank you kindly for the sub. It all helps, even if you're just doing it to mess with me. It all helps. But yeah, so that's the thing I was chatting with them today. I pretty much told them the same thing. It's like, target small content creators, get some coverage, get people like playing in hands-on but getting close to it. The only thing they needed to change was their screenshots were a bit too samey-same. Really good trailer, but their screenshots all look like the same shot, apart from one that had a little bit more of like the menu screen. But yeah, the long and short of it was yeah, just try and hit as many teeny tiny creators as possible and go from there. Which, again, you know, just... it was a dev team based out of Israel, and I don't know what the indie scene's like out there. Like, from my perspective, there's a really tight-knit community of indie devs out there, but I don't know if they're all people who actually, like, spend time chatting and hanging, because you never really know. So, like, in Seattle, we have a very strong indie dev scene. And that's not just we have a few successful indie devs, it's that we actually have a tight-knit community. It's fucking great. I love it. But in, like, London and places like that, there are a lot of indie devs, but there isn't an indie dev community. So, but what it means is that the kind of title they're making isn't something that's necessarily going to sell well in their home region. So, oh yeah, I mean, Hookshot, yeah, the Australian game dev community is, I mean, everybody fucking knows each other. But the similar pisser is what you have, which is that, like, Australia's not one of the top 5 game buying countries in the world. So, it's great having a local presence, but that doesn't translate into sales. Whereas, like, the US is huge, and Seattle has so much of an integrated nerd culture that, like, you know, 6 expos and, like, the Seattle Indies events and stuff like that can result in people picking up games. It's kind of fascinating, really. So I was trying to think of, like, ways in which they could appeal more to, like, European English language markets. Yeah, Hookshot, we get to see you at our home backyard packs. That'll be feckin' grand. Oh, nice. Hookshot's saying they're trying to get government sponsorship, possibly speaking going to GDC next year. Yes. That'd be feckin' cool. Just beware. Beware new parent syndrome. Because it caught me off guard last GDC and I did not expect it. Okay, I need a better term than new parent syndrome, but basically what happened to about half the games industry was everyone had been indoors for 2 years and suddenly all found themselves in San Francisco with no parental responsibilities and nowhere to be that night, and oh boy, that dive bar was jumping. So yeah, that's my only warning. Oh. Yeah, well, Fearless, the danger with GDC is much more people have budgets to be able to just fecking cover it. And they do. Alright, you lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards. I do apologise for bringing our adventures to a close a little earlier than usual. And Hookshot, I will help you with both of those GDC goals to the absolute best of my ability. Though, as I was saying to people this morning, like, even with my knowledge base and skills, I've not been able to secure many people like a solid funding. And it hurts because there's so many friends who are working on such incredible projects that deserve a huge wedge of money. But publishing is more than just, I know a good game! Alright, before the rants of the past become the rants of the future, I'm gonna roll credits. Hookshot, don't do it. Oh, you know what? Hookshot, do it. See what happens. It'd be fecking hilarious. Just I'm gonna roll credits, and then I'm gonna see who can pass you on to. Oh, fucking Mega Ran's running. He was at Dragon Con this year, so I didn't get to see him at PAX. But actually, before I roll credits, while I have a moment's amount of cohesive focus, I do want to say again thank you to all of you. I meant what I said earlier. The fact that I get to sit here in this repurposed secondhand gaming chair and talk about these things with such authority. Authority is the wrong word. Fuck. You know what? Big clever words be done. I'm incredibly lucky to have you lot. And I get to snark about, you know, Mr. Von Would-Be Publisher. I get to snark because you lot keep me upright. Keep me upright. God, I'm even failing in my words. Yep, that's definitely Hey, I can snark at this guy fecking up because I'm in a very unique position. Alright. You lot are glorious. Let me say my thank yous. We'll go hang out with Mega Ran. It'll be great. Would you believe I talk for a living? I wouldn't. No, but seriously, to everybody that checked in today, like, thank you so much. You know I love getting to talk about this side of the industry, and you'll let me do that. Jackie, thank you kindly for the donations. Like, they get to us the fastest, so we're very feckin' grateful. To the Spooky Anonymous Ghosts, Bacon Avenger, Favor 6, Caffeinated and Sturdy, Ghost Reaper, J-Post, Wolfcrad, Vanderbeast, Mega Boss, all of you, thank you. Like, bits are still the biggest thing that keeps us going. Caffeine, you here all day, Harper Char. And to Afraid Not, or I'm Afraid Not, and Help Shields, thank you for the follow. I hope we get to talk some more. To Chronofire, Snuggly Burrick, Hans Gruber, Some Wanker, Unitax, and Saucy William, whether you are hunted or celebrating long sprees, thank you. And to both Matcha Cryptid and Snuggly Burrick, despite me being a sleepy, brain-dead Thursday disaster, you still brought your raids in, and hopefully I was at least vaguely entertaining. I kind of wish though the full title of that person had been Hans Gruber, Some Wanker. That would have been on point. So I'm just making sure that Mega Ran's still going before we head on over there. Survive these ruddy, awful adverts. Ah, oh, darn it! Mega Ran's finishing up. Alright, let's see where our lovely Mother Hubbards are. Oh, lordy, lordy. I tell you what, friends, let's go enjoy a spot of somebody else's suffering. Jetman J is currently playing through Sonic Unleashed. Right, so friends, thank you for bearing with me today. I hope the conversation was either cathartic or informative. I do hope you check out No Place for Bravery, because once I'm done with this bloody zombie game, I'm going back to that. If you are playing Hyper Demons, how you lot are getting over a minute, I do not know. I will be watching your replays and stealing all your best moves. Right. Oh, thank you all for a lovely day. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add. Chat to you all on Discord. Tomorrow is Sea of Thieves. God, I don't even know what we're going to be doing in Sea of Thieves tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some more of the Tall Tales. I haven't done those in a while. Tall Tales and Mischief. That's what I want to do tomorrow. Right. Have a lovely rest of your evening, friends. I'll talk to you on Discord. And tomorrow, take to the seas.